Chapter 625. Chaos Ocean, Giant Hammer Godly World of Great Sky Holy Land. There was a godly palace built on top of a mountain, emitting endless godly light and murderous aura. This was where Heavenly Master W.N. Luo's cave abode was located. Heavenly Master W.N. Luo was one of the few great Heavenly Masters in Great Sky Holy Land. Although he didn't have a miniature universe, he could still maintain his combat power at the level of a third-step Celestial Master with the help of many ancient inheritances and a full set of seventh-step true treasures. Inside the godly palace, Heavenly Master W.N. Luo's avatar sat on the throne with his eyes closed. He kept talking about all kinds of cultivation knowledge. The hundreds of perfected cultivators below all listened attentively, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Heavenly Master W.N. Luo suddenly stopped talking, and those true emperors looked up in confusion. "That's all for now," Heavenly Master W.N. Luo said softly. "Yes." Although the true emperors were confused, they still bowed and left. Then, a misty figure appeared in the godly palace. It was Jun Tian Supreme. "Greetings, Supreme." Heavenly Master W.N. Luo bowed respectfully. "Previously, I ordered you to lead 20 Universe Realm Dao Lords and wait outside the 8 Cloud Ruins. Have you discovered that Dao Lord Mountain Sea?" Jun Tian Supreme asked in a deep voice. Celestial Lord W.N. Luo replied respectfully, reporting to Supreme, "Ever since my clan's true monarch who you and the other candidates failed, I've been keeping an eye on them under Supreme's orders. I've never let my guard down. The stone celestial body where 8 Cloud Ruins is located has a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers. The 20 Universe Dao Lords and I have been keeping an eye on it. No matter how strong Dao Lord Mountain Sea is, he can't leave quietly. However, 1,000 years have passed, and we still haven't found him. We can guess that he's still in 8 Cloud Ruins. Don't be careless. With the foundation of 8 Cloud Inheritance, there might be a way to hide from you." Jun Tian Supreme shook his head. "Don't worry, Supreme. Apart from Jun Tian Holy Land, Red Lotus Holy Land, Heavenly Feather Race from the First Universe, and some other great powers are guarding there. There's no way he can escape," Heavenly Master W.N. Luo said. "Very well. No matter what, we have to capture Dao Lord Mountain Sea. The inheritance of 8 clouds that he obtained is extremely important to me. We have to capture him at all cost." Jun Tian Supreme's tone was indifferent. "Yes." Empyrean W.N. Luo replied respectfully. Jun Tian Supreme nodded indifferently. Given the foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, even if they lost over 100 Dao Lords at once, it wouldn't be a big deal. This was because the Holy Land could only withstand a limited number of Dao Lords. In addition, over the long years, the Holy Land had accumulated a large number of quasi-Dao Lords. Once a Dao Lord perished, a quasi-Dao Lord would quickly break through and take his place. Therefore, to the high and mighty Jun Tian Supreme, he did not care about this bit of loss at all. He was well aware of what the 8 Clouds inheritance meant. Even if he threw in the entire foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, as long as he could obtain a small portion of the 8 Clouds inheritance, it would bring him endless benefits. He could even break through the current eternal state and become a super powerhouse in the upper realm. In the Wanjie Ruins, the stone celestial body where the 8 Cloud Ruins was located was still shrouded in red mist. There were no experts around. At this moment, Empyrean W.N. Luo and the 20 Universe Realm Dao Lords were all hidden and scattered in all directions, staring at the stone door of the 8 Cloud Ruins. Each of the 20 Dao Lords had an incarnation hidden in Empyrean W.N. Luo's sword-shaped rank 7 flying treasure so that they could contact each other at any time. "Everyone, Empyrean W.N. Luo just looked for me." Empyrean W.N. Luo glanced at them. "Again? Lord W.N. Luo, Empyrean W.N. Luo has already looked for you 5 times in the past 1,000 years. It seems like Empyrean W.N. Luo really values this inheritance. I'm considered an old man in our holy land. In countless eras, I've never seen Empyrean W.N. Luo take something so seriously. How can he not? Look, not only is Lord W.N. Luo here, but there are also 20 of us Universe Realm Dao Lords guarding here. Even if the remaining 7 heavenly venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race come together, we can still hold on for a while. Isn't it easy to deal with a half-step heavenly venerable mountain sea Tao Lord? After all, in terms of strength, there are 4 half-step heavenly venerables among the 20 of us. Haha, it's easy. The Tao Lords of the Great Sky Holy Land were very relaxed. They all had high statuses. For countless years, they could even talk to the heavenly venerables of the Holy Land on equal footing. It could be said that their 1/3 step heavenly venerable and 20 top-notch universe realm Tao Lords were definitely the top experts of the Great Sky Holy Land. This also showed how determined the Great Sky Supremacy was. Similar to the Great Sky Holy Land, the Red Lotus Holy Land's 3rd step heavenly venerable Sparkling Dust also led 20 universe realm Tao Lords to guard the 8 cloud ruins, waiting for the inheritor to appear. In another void near the 8 cloud ruins, a middle-aged man with 6 pairs of white wings was also staring at the area shrouded in red fog. He was the first sacred lord of the heavenly feather race, the existence closest to an invincible heavenly venerable in the Chaos Sea. Previously, the heavenly feather race had suffered heavy losses in the fight for the 8 cloud inheritance. Not only had they lost the 3rd sacred lord and the 4th sacred lord, but they had also lost dozens of supremely talented Tao Lords. Thus, the remaining 7 sacred masters moved out at the same time to stop the 8 cloud successor, which was a rare sight. Great Sky Holy Land, Red Lotus Holy Land? A bunch of has-beens. Without the 2 supremacies, what are you? This time, the 7 heavenly venerables of the heavenly feather race have moved out together and controlled all the safe routes around the 8 cloud ruins. Even if you capture the inheritor, don't even think about escaping. The 8 cloud inheritance will eventually belong to the heavenly feather race. The first sacred lord had firmly controlled this safe route. Moreover, the other 6 sacred lords had also sent out a clone to gather around the first sacred lord so that they could contact each other at any time. Once a battle broke out in the area one of them was in charge of, the other 6 would immediately rush over. The Myriad World Ruins was not like other places. It was very strange here. If one wanted to wander around here, one had to know the safe route. If one wandered around without a target, it was very easy to be contaminated by those strange white flames and green winds. Even a 3rd step heavenly venerable would not dare to say that he could resist those strange things. Moreover, these 2 strange things could follow the spiritual consciousness and directly attack cultivators who used their spiritual consciousness to investigate. Therefore, in the Myriad World Ruins, there were basically no cultivators who dared to use their spiritual consciousness to investigate on a large scale generally. Those who could investigate a light year away were considered courageous. Of course, those who were courageous were more likely to provoke the strange things and die faster. Myriad World Ruins, the 8th level of the 8 Cloud Pavilion's inheritance space. It's finally over. Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Tomorrow Supremacy to have so many problems in cultivation. It only took me a month to explain to Master and the others how to become a heavenly venerable. However, it took me more than 10 years to explain to Tomorrow Supremacy how to cultivate to the limit of a heavenly venerable. Let's stop here. Jiang Ci stood up and waved his hand, placing the hundreds of millions of inheritance stones back to their original positions. Although 1,000 years had passed in the outside world, he had spent 1 billion years here. He had already memorized the information in the inheritance stones. Of course, with so many inheritance stones, it covered 90% of the primordial realm's civilization foundation. It was extremely vast. Although he had memorized it all, the follow-up research would take a long time. He would need to study it slowly in the future. No matter how much he studied it now, it would not increase his strength. He had to go out and continue cultivating. Of course, the main reason was that his experience points were almost used up. He looked at the changes in the experience points interface. Cultivation, True Body, 5th Transformation True Lord, 9 Tribulations, 900 trillion, Clone, 5th Transformation True Lord, 9 Tribulations, 900 trillion, Dao Technique, Ultimate Sword Dao, 1000 yuan, 1000 yuan, 5 Elements Heavenly Dao, 1000 yuan, 1000 yuan, Life Heavenly Dao, 1000 yuan, 1000 yuan, Secret Technique Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Dao Scroll, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, 8 Lives, 1675 yuan, 10,000 yuan, Cloud Annihilation, 1,785 yuan, 10,000 yuan, cultivation. Technique, Purple Cloud Sword Sutra Deduction, 1 million experience points per time conversion. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point. 2,510 trillion eternal experience point, 3 yuan. In the 1 billion years of seclusion in the million-fold time acceleration domain, Jiang Ci fell into a special state and did not continue to use the interface to deduce. However, he was still awake for the first 100 million years. He used the experience points interface to raise the 3 great heavenly Tao to the perfected realm. The 3 great unique secret techniques had also improved a lot. Among them, because the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra was created by him, it was perfected when it was created. As for 8 lives and cloud annihilation, it took him a total of 30 million years to reach the beginner level of understanding. Then, he used the interface to raise it to the current realm. If it were not for the lack of experience points, he would have already raised it to the perfected state of the first level. As for the secret techniques in the past, Jiang Ci naturally did not care for them with the inheritance of the 8 clouds. After changing the 2 great unique techniques, those secret techniques were automatically removed from the interface. These 2 great unique techniques are really powerful. Although they have not even reached 20% of the first level, the strength of my body and primordial spirit have already improved a lot, Jiang Ci carefully sensed. In the past, his body's strength was only at the beginner level of a stage 6 supreme treasure. Now, it was much stronger than many ordinary stage 6 supreme treasures. The strength of his primordial spirit had also improved from the beginner level of a stage 1 heavenly master to the level of an ordinary stage 1 heavenly master. This was only the first level of 8 lives and cloud annihilation. These 2 great unique techniques had 8 levels. If I can complete the first level, then my body's strength should be at the level of a stage 7 supreme treasure. The strength of my primordial spirit should be at the level of a second step heavenly venerable. Jiang Ci was filled with anticipation. Then, he started to worry again. Even if he got out, where would he get experience points? What he needed for his cultivation now was eternal experience point. This meant that he had to kill at least a Tao Lord to satisfy his cultivation needs. If he wanted to obtain experience points by killing ordinary cultivators and convert them bit by bit, he would probably not be able to collect enough eternal experience points by the end of this calamity. Let's leave the 8 cloud ruins first. Jiang Ci shook his head. Besides the experience points, there was a stage 9 supreme treasure outside waiting for him to refine. After refining Mount Shenhuang, I can choose to break through and become a Tao Lord. But before that, there is one more thing I need to do. Whoosh, Jiang Ci moved his mind and a space vortex appeared in front of him. Then, he stepped into it and arrived at another inheritance space. Treasure space. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by the void. Right in the middle was a towering treasure mountain. On top of the treasure mountain, there was a dazzling brilliance that shot into the sky, revealing endless power. Every ray of brilliance was so strong that it made Jiang Ci's heart tremble. It was as if thousands of heavenly venerables were self-destructing. The waves of overwhelming power made Jiang Ci breathless. There are a total of 361 treasures that have been accumulated over the years by generations of 8 clouds. Unfortunately, I can only take one, and I have to put one back while I'm still alive. Jiang Ci looked at the treasure mountain. That was the rule. Every generation of 8 clouds did the same. Generally, they would take one and put one back. If they were strong and had great achievements in the future, they could put 2 or 3 back and it would be considered a contribution to the 8 clouds. What Yakun had taken from the Mountain of Treasures and returned to the Mountain of Treasures was recorded on the stone tablet of the Mountain of Treasures. The 361 treasures on this mountain had a special name in the primordial realm. They were called origin embryos. This was a kind of precious treasure that was refined according to the unique refining methods of the primordial realm. Every one of them was enough to make those primordial chaos realm superpowerhouses excited. Embryos meant embryos. For a cultivator, different treasures were needed at different times. For example, a tribulation transcender wouldn't be able to use a 6th tier supreme treasure. Therefore, any formed supreme treasure couldn't be used by a powerhouse forever. Therefore, there was a special treasure like the origin embryo that was not fully formed and had relatively low requirements. Even tribulation transcender powerhouses could use it. To be precise, it was a kind of magic treasure that could grow. It could continuously absorb and integrate with other supreme treasures to strengthen the origin of the origin embryo and achieve the purpose of upgrading. As long as the owner of the origin embryo was strong enough, it could provide enough supreme treasures to devour. In that case, this origin embryo would be able to grow into an extremely terrifying top treasure in the end. I can only choose one. What should I choose? Sword embryo. Jiang Xi really wanted to take a few more. However, the mountain of treasures in front of him was built by the ancestor, divine King 8 Clouds. The restrictions inside were not something he could undo. He had to have 8 Clouds inheritance imprint to take out an origin embryo. Without the inheritance imprint, even if he forced his way in, he wouldn't be able to take away the treasures here unless he was stronger than divine King 8 Clouds. However, if he had that kind of strength, he probably wouldn't take a fancy to this mountain of treasures. Every one of them seems to be made by nature. Jiang Xi strolled on the mountain of treasures. Rays of light soared into the sky, emitting powerful auras. Once they erupted, even heavenly venerables would be instantly killed. However, there were special restrictions on this mountain that suppressed the power of every origin embryo, so they wouldn't threaten Jiang Xi. Attack, armor, essence soul, flight, so many strange treasures. Jiang Xi looked at them one by one, envious. He really wanted to take the full set of 4 treasures and leave. Unfortunately, I can only choose one. Jiang Xi stopped halfway up the mountain, looking at a tall stone sword. This stone sword looked like it was carved from rock, but also looked like it was formed by natural weathering. It was incomparably tall. Casually taking it out, it could form a mountain on its own. Although it was inserted into the mountainside, the position of the sword hilt was the same height as the mountain of treasures. Of course, what attracted Jiang Xi the most was still this stone sword's outer shape. Among these 361 origin embryos, there are 6 sword embryos. Only this one is very similar to the killing shadow sword that I used since young. It's just that the blade is longer, leaning more toward power. This is even better. After I cultivate 8 lives, my body will definitely be more powerful than same-rank powerhouses. Adding on this sword, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. This is it. Jiang Xi walked forward and reached his hand out to touch the massive stone sword. Buzz, immediately, a layer of light film appeared on the entire stone sword's surface. On it, countless patterns and symbols flowed rapidly. Compared to the meteor light rays inside the 3 sword mountains that he comprehended previously, this was clearly much more complicated. Boom! The entire mountain of treasures began to tremble. Light began to appear in every corner, reflecting the light of this massive stone sword. A legacy mark appeared between Jiang Xi's eyebrows, forming a resonance with the light. Immediately after, he realized that he had formed a special connection with this stone sword, as if it was a part of his body. This was obviously a more advanced method of recognizing its owner. Origin embryos are magical treasures that can only be refined with a huge price. The current 8 Clouds, remember, it will be your partner for life, your best friend in life and death. Treat it well. An old voice sounded in Jiang Xi's ears. This voice, is it the founder of the Treasure Mountain, the 8 Clouds King? Jiang Xi was a little surprised, but still bowed respectfully. Then, he looked at the massive stone sword in front of him and thought, small, small, small. Immediately, the towering stone sword shrunk rapidly. Soon, it had shrunk to a height that was slightly higher than Jiang Xi's waist. Buzz! Jiang Xi waved the sword lightly without using any Dao techniques or mystic arts. The sword blade had an invisible sharpness, causing a mark to appear in the surrounding space. This power! Jiang Xi was surprised and delighted. The 8 Clouds Pavilion was also refined by the founder, the 8 Clouds King, and the space inside was extremely stable. Even he had to use the newly created Level 7 Mystic Arts, the 3rd move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Dao Scroll, to leave a mark in this space. And now, this sword embryo's blade could cause a visible mark in space. It was enough to see how powerful this treasure was. Although it's only at the beginning of level 7, it's still a level 7 treasure. Jiang Xi smiled. Compared to Sky-Piercing Tower and Mount Shenhuang, this sword embryo's grade was much lower. However, this sword embryo was a growth type. As long as it devoured enough treasures, it was not impossible for it to reach the level of Sky-Piercing Tower and Mount Shenhuang. Most importantly, this sword embryo was completely compatible with him, making it easier to use. In battle, it was naturally easier for him to unleash his strength. After I stepped onto the path of cultivation, the first sword I used was the Shadow's Lair sword. And this sword embryo is a weapon that can accompany me for life. It can accompany me to the peak or accompany me to my death. Jiang Xi lowered his head and gently stroked the sword with his finger. This sword should also be called the Shadow's Lair sword. With a thought, Jiang Xi left 2 simple words on the sword, Shadow's Lair. Since he stepped onto the path of cultivation on Earth, he had used many sword-type Dharma treasures. Now, he had finally found a sword that he could use all the time, the Shadow's Lair sword. Senior 8 Clouds, I know you look down on those ordinary treasures, but you should at least leave a few hundred of them in the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Jiang Xi sighed. If there were so many ordinary treasures, the sword embryo would have a source of devouring in the future. However, the inheritance stone left behind by the 8 Clouds Divine General had recorded it very clearly. Each 8 Cloud could only take 1 origin embryo in the inheritance. As for the other treasures, the 8 Clouds of each generation had to fight for them. Fortunately, the candidates also left some treasures behind during the inheritance selection. With a thought, over 10,000 treasures of various types appeared in front of Jiang Xi, ranging from stage 1 to stage 7. There was one stage 7 treasure, which was the Heavenly Feather Race's treasure, the Rippling Palace. There were 121 stage 6 treasures, most of which came from the candidates of the 3 major forces of the Chaos Sea, the Heavenly Feather Race, the Great Sky Holy Land, and the Red Lotus Holy Land. The 3 major forces were rich, and experts above the Dao Monarch level basically all had stage 6 treasures. There were 2,560 stage 5 treasures, which came from the Dao Monarchs and some perfected Monarch level candidates. There were 16,872 treasures of stage 4 and below, which were basically left behind by the candidates of the 3 major forces of the Chaos Sea. Given their foundation, those 9 Tribulation Transcender candidates who were sent to participate in this inheritance selection all had stage 1 or stage 2 treasures. We'll keep the 7th grade and 6th grade supreme treasures for the human race's experts. We'll keep some for the Earth's lineage, and the remaining ones will be devoured by the slaughtering Shadow Sword. Riverward quickly distributed the treasures. The 4th square of the 8 Cloud Ruins was a green grassland. It was very spacious, and only an 8-story ancient pavilion stood at the end. Whoosh! Suddenly, the towering 8 Cloud Pavilion disappeared into thin air. It was replaced by a man wearing black armor with golden patterns and carrying a stone sword on his back. From what Master and Venerable Ming said, it seems that the Great Sky Holy Land, the Red Lotus Holy Land, and the Heavenly Feather Race have many experts lying in ambush outside the 8 Cloud Ruins to capture me. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. This was a troublesome matter. With his current strength, he had already surpassed a half-step Heavenly Venerable. Even if he met a first-step Heavenly Venerable, he would still dare to fight. However, if he was facing dozens of Heavenly Venerables, and there were even third-step Heavenly Venerables, he would definitely not be their match. Should I use the Heaven Connecting Tower and rush out? Jiang Xi shook his head. This was not a foolproof plan. Although the Heaven Connecting Tower was sturdy, it could only block those attacks. It would be difficult to break out directly. If those experts lying in ambush outside trapped him and sent him to a dangerous place in the Chaos Sea, then it would be over. For example, the depths of the Myriad World Ruins 90,000 light-years below was known as the Forbidden Area of the Chaos Sea. Since countless eras, no force had been able to explore the area 90,000 light-years below the Myriad World Ruins. Even Qing Shuang's clan, which was so powerful, could only explore 90,000 light-years deep and did not dare to go any further. Any expert who entered that area would not be able to return. Jiang Xi's mind turned rapidly as he considered how to break out. At the entrance of the Myriad World Ruins, A middle-aged man in white held a golden armillary staff. He broke through the void and teleported to the outside of the huge abyss. After 30,000 years, I finally arrived here from the Golden River. Heavenly Feather Tribe, Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, you want to kill my tribe's prodigy. Have you asked for my permission? Tomorrow Venerable looked at the huge abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years. In fact, ever since he knew that Jiangxi had entered the Eight-Cloud Ruins, he had rushed here alone. He did not have a seventh-order flying treasure to break through the many dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, nor could he cross half of the Chaos Sea quickly through the mysterious monitoring space channel like Jiangxi. His journey was sometimes through the space whirlpool, sometimes by teleportation, and sometimes by flying. For 30,000 years, he had not stopped for a moment. Now, he had finally arrived. In another year, I will reach the Eight-Cloud Ruins. Chapter 626. A year later. Eight-Cloud Ruins, the fourth square. Ming Zun is here. Jiangxi was surprised and happy. His clone had just received a message from Ming Tianzuan. Who would have thought that the strongest powerhouse of the human race would spend a total of 30,000 years to rush here from Goldflow River? These were two great forbidden grounds that crossed the Chaos Sea, and there were countless difficulties and dangers within. I preached to Ming Zun for more than 10 years, but he did not reveal anything to me. I was still worried about how to leave. Jiangxi smiled and shook his head. However, if Ming Zun helps me break the encirclement of those forces, my chances of escaping will greatly increase. Jiangxi followed the path he came from. He passed through the third square, the second square, and finally arrived at the first square. He stood at the place where the first round of selection was and looked at the void world. He was filled with emotions. 30,000 years of experience flashed before his eyes like an illusion. The figure of the Eight-Cloud General seemed to still be standing beside the altar and had not dissipated. Perhaps, during the first stage, he had already decided that I was the inheritor, and the subsequent stages were just a formality. This thought flashed through Jiangxi's mind. The Eight-Cloud General already knew that he was the owner of the heaven-reaching tower, and this treasure used to belong to a divine king of the primordial realm. It could be said that there was an unbreakable fate between him and the primordial realm. Chaos Origin Divine General, Divine King, and Ruler. From this point of view, the Divine King had a higher status than the Eight-Cloud General. She should be at the same level as the Eight-Cloud Divine King. What kind of person was she? Jiangxi shook his head gently and hid his emotions in the bottom of his heart. He then took out the heaven-reaching tower and shrunk it to the size of a speck of dust. He then flew toward the glowing stone door. This void world still hides some secrets. I'll leave it for the future. He took one last look at the void world that had brought him great opportunities. Jiangxi did not take away the 9-realm puppet because it was the most common type in the trial space of the Eight-Cloud Pavilion. The stone celestial body where the Eight-Cloud Ruins was located had a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers. It was neither big nor small in the Wanjie Ruins, which was a strange place. Spiritual sense was not very useful. The three major forces that had been monitoring the Eight-Cloud Ruins did not dare to let down their guard. From where they were, they could see the stone door in the red fog with their naked eyes. Right now, the stone door was still tightly shut. Suddenly, the stone door seemed to move, opening a gap, but nothing seemed to have happened. Did you see that? The stone door should have been slightly opened just now. Quick, that Tao Lord of the mountains and seas must have already slipped out. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let him escape. Exalted Celestial Myriad Net and the 20 universe Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Land were the first to grow wary. Although they could see the stone door with their naked eyes from where they were standing, they could not see it clearly because they were still quite far away. Moreover, Jiangxi had already shrunk Tongtian Tower to the extreme, so it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. As for spiritual sense detection, first of all, spiritual sense could not be released wantonly in the Wanjie Ruins. Secondly, even if they could use spiritual sense, these experts would not dare to check the situation in the Eight-Cloud Ruins for fear of angering the Divine General of the Eight-Cloud inside. All of you, keep a close watch. Heavenly Master Wn Luo immediately became nervous and ordered, "Don't be careless. Once you discover a flying treasure or other flying object, you must stop it. Don't let Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas escape." Yes. The 20 universe realm Tao Lords responded in unison. The Supremes have already told us many times. This is a matter of great importance. Moreover, the experts of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race are lurking nearby, wanting to capture the last inheritor. We have been guarding for so long. Don't let them take advantage of us in the end. Heavenly Master Wn Luo shouted. Haha, Lord Wn Luo, don't worry. We have so many level 7 ultimate treasures. Even the 7 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather Race can't take the inheritor away from us. The 8 cloud inheritance will belong to the Great Sky Sacred Ground in the end. The battle was about to start. At this moment, the Great Sky Sacred Ground wasn't the only one who noticed the strange movements of the stone door. The Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Race who were guarding the other areas also noticed the experts of the 3 factions who had been peaceful for 1,000 years, as well as the experts of the other factions in the Chaos Sea, were all excited. That stone door is finally moving. The inheritor is coming out. This is our race's last hope for eternity. We must capture that inheritor. That despicable 8-cloud divine general caused the deaths of 2 heavenly masters and many Tao lords of our race. He even wants to cut off our race's hope for eternity. His inheritor must die. No matter how great the potential of this inheritor is or how great the threat is, he has to pass today's trial. No matter how talented a cultivator was, they would need enough time to grow. Even if he obtains the inheritance now, he won't be much stronger in a short period of time. Although our race is the strongest race in the first universe and the 3rd largest faction in the Chaos Sea, once the calamity descends, as long as there is no eternity, even the strongest race will perish. For eternity, we don't have to worry about anything. We don't have to care about the Great Sky Holy Land and the Red Lotus Holy Land. So what if they are Holy Land universes? In front of the opportunity for eternity, there is only one word: snatch. This is our last hope. The remaining 7 sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather Race communicated through their avatars. Let's wait and see. Let the Great Sky Holy Land and the Red Lotus Holy Land fight for it first. The experts of the other factions will definitely make a move. The fight for the inheritor this time won't be that simple. Although there are only 3 factions on the surface, there might be more hidden in the dark. That's right. That Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea has obtained the inheritance and must have means to protect himself. It won't be easy to capture him. Let's wait and see first and then find the right opportunity. We have already guarded the various safe routes. As long as he passes through one of these safe routes, the 7 of us can join forces and capture him in one fell swoop. The eyes of the 7 sacred masters emitted a divine light and killing intent. This time, it wasn't just a battle for revenge. It was a battle to change the fate of their race. According to the 8-cloud divine general, the Heavenly Feather Race was an eternal race. In the next calamity, the Heavenly Feather Race would be born again in the Chaos Sea. However, that Heavenly Feather Race only had the same bloodline as this Heavenly Feather Race. It had nothing to do with them. Only when they were truly eternal could it be called eternal. At the same time, the various factions lurking around the 8-cloud ruins had yet to confirm who the inheritor was. However, this didn't hinder their next move. They knew that what they had to do was to capture the inheritor, whether it's perfected Lord Hu Yu, Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea, or any other candidate, it's fine as long as we capture him. This was the common thought of all the factions. Jiang Xi only came out after confirming that tomorrow Venerated Ming was near the 8-cloud ruins. With tomorrow Venerated Ming's cooperation, I'll break through even the heavenly net. The heaven-connecting tower was like a speck of dust, advancing at high speed in the quiet void. When the distance was too far, it was hard to see with the naked eye. One could only see it clearly when they were close. This is that flying treasure of the pagoda. It's Tao Lord of the Mountain Seas. A Tao Lord of the Great Sky Holy Land hurriedly contacted Heavenly Venerated Wn Luo and the other Tao Lords through his avatar. Haha, stop him first. I'll rush over now. Heavenly Venerated WN Luo was pleasantly surprised. All right. Tao Lord CG received the order and immediately turned into a stream of light, flying towards the tower. Boom. 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 Heavenly Venerated WN Luo rode on his 7th grade flying treasure and followed a safe path. His speed instantly increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. He was so fast that before Tao Lord CG could get close to Jiang Ci, Heavenly Venerated WN Luo had already arrived. Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea, my race's Great Sky Supreme wants to meet you. Why don't you follow me to the Great Sky Holy Land? He said loudly. There was no arrogance in his tone, only incomparable confidence. The heaven-connecting tower, which was the size of a speck of dust, stopped in the void. Jiang Ci was in the space of the heaven-connecting tower, looking at the outside world. Great Sky Holy Land. As expected of the number 1 faction in the Chaos Sea. They're even the first to make a move. This should be Heavenly Venerated WN Luo. He's a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate and has a full set of 7th grade treasures. He's a top expert among the Heavenly Venerates. He once blocked the other factions at the entrance of the 8 Cloud Ruins for a long time, Jiang Ci thought to himself. After thinking about it, his voice transmitted through the heaven-connecting tower. Heavenly Venerated WN Luo, I have urgent matters to attend to in the 4th universe. When I'm done, it won't be too late to meet your Supremes. What do you think? Oh, my race's Supremes invited you. You're not even going to give them face. Heavenly Venerated WN Luo smiled, but his heart was filled with coldness. Return to the 4th universe. Once Heavenly Venerated WN Luo returned, the other factions could only watch helplessly. After all, no faction dared to provoke the original wills of the 4 primal universes. They were existences that could suppress even invincible Heavenly Venerates. Could it be that when your Great Sky Holy Land invites guests, you forcefully invite them? Riverword's expression was indifferent. I've already said good things. Since you don't listen, don't blame me for being impolite. Heavenly Venerated WN Luo sneered. He steered the sword-shaped flying boat straight to the airspace above sky-piercing tower. Then, the sword-shaped flying ship opened up a huge hole, and an extremely strong suction force burst out, enveloping the entire sky-connecting tower, trying to suck Riverword and the supreme treasure inside. Suck it in. Heavenly Venerated WN Luo shouted. Do you think I'll be sucked in just because you said so? Jiang Ci smiled. Swoosh. Suddenly, the heaven-connecting tower that was being sucked in disappeared and was replaced by an 8-story pavilion. The heaven-connecting tower was one of his trump cards. It was better not to expose it for the time being. However, the 8-cloud pavilion did not have such scruples. Back at the 4th square of the 8-cloud ruins, many candidates saw this special treasure and knew that it was the treasure of the 8-cloud inheritance. Therefore, they did not have to worry about it being exposed. Even if they did not take it out now, the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea knew how powerful the 8-cloud pavilion was. That's the 8-cloud pavilion. As expected, Heavenly Venerated WN Luo's expression changed when he saw the 8-story pavilion. In the end, the Celestial Exalts and Downlord candidates had all died within this treasure get-in. Heavenly Venerated WN Luo drove his 7th grade flying boat with all his might, trying to suck the 8-cloud pavilion in. Boom. However, no matter how hard he tried, the 8-cloud pavilion did not budge. Instead, it was rapidly expanding. Previously, it was only a few dozen meters tall. In the blink of an eye, it became a gigantic object that was 1 trillion kilometers tall. Then, the tip of the gigantic pavilion broke through the void and flew forward majestically. It was not afraid of the suction force at all. Oh no! Heavenly Venerated WN Luo's expression changed drastically. He realized that it was impossible to suck the 8-cloud pavilion in with the suction force of the treasure. Block it. He drove the flying boat and crashed into the 8-cloud pavilion. Boom. The 2 colossal objects collided in the void. In the silent Wanjie ruins, even time and space were originally still, but now, there were waves after waves of great waves. However, the 8-cloud pavilion only shook slightly and dissipated the terrifying impact of the collision. Then, It continued to fly forward unstoppably. This was a treasure made by the ancestor of the Eight-Cloud lineage, the Eight-Cloud Godly King, and it contained a miniature universe. A third-step Heavenly Venerate wanted to shake the Eight-Cloud Pavilion with just a 7th-grade treasure. It was impossible. Heavenly Venerated WN Luo could only watch as the Eight-Cloud Pavilion got further and further away from him. Lord WN Luo, let me help you. At this moment, Dao Lord Haiji flew over. Quick, trap him in front. Heavenly Venerated WN Luo said anxiously. Go. Dao Lord Haiji blocked the path of the Eight-Cloud Pavilion and waved his hand, sending out a golden stream of light. It was a 6th-grade special true treasure in the shape of a golden net. It was used to restrain enemies. The golden net rapidly expanded in the air, and soon, it was more than 1 trillion kilometers in diameter and enveloped the Eight-Cloud Pavilion. Small, small, small. Dao Lord Haiji controlled it with all his might. However, no matter how he controlled the golden net, the Eight-Cloud Pavilion did not show any signs of shrinking. Instead, it continued to fly forward. Ka. The golden net emitted a sound similar to that of metal cracking, as if it was about to break. Not good. Dao Lord Haiji's expression changed. Lord WN Luo, I can't stop it either. Within the core inheritance space of the Eight-Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Xi sat leisurely in front of the wooden house on the island. This is the place. Break. He smiled gently. Boom. The Eight-Cloud Pavilion, which had been traveling at 100 times the speed of light, suddenly sped up, and a powerful force exploded. Dao Lord Haiji, who was in front, was too close to dodge. This universe-level Dao Lord, who had the combat power of a half-step Heavenly Venerate, was crushed by the Eight-Cloud Pavilion, his body and soul destroyed. You killed a universe-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. Seeing this, Heavenly Venerated WN Luo's expression changed slightly, then he snorted coldly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he once again used his flying boat to chase after the Eight-Cloud Pavilion. At the same time, the phantom of a golden hammer formed out of thin air. With the terrifying might of a third-step Heavenly Venerate, it smashed towards the Eight-Cloud Pavilion. A 9th-grade mystic art. Within the Eight-Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Xi's expression immediately turned serious. Chapter 627. The Eight-Cloud Pavilion could withstand the impact of a Tier 7 treasure, but it might not be able to withstand the power of a Tier 9 mystic technique. A Tier 9 mystic technique represented the limit of a Heavenly Venerable. One step further and it would be at the supreme level. Heavenly Venerable WN Luo's attack was supported by a Tier 7 treasure. It could definitely severely injure or even kill a first-step Heavenly Venerable. Therefore, Jiang Xi was not sure if he could withstand such an attack. Boom! The giant hammer shadow formed by the Tier 9 mystic technique shattered the void and instantly smashed into the Eight-Cloud Pavilion. A terrifying power erupted instantly, trying to break through the layers of barriers of the Eight-Cloud Pavilion and attack Jiang Xi in the core inheritance space. However, there were too many inheritance spaces within the Eight-Cloud Pavilion. The power of the giant hammer shadow was weakened layer by layer. When it finally reached Jiang Xi, it was only left with the power of a Tier 2 mystic technique. Looks like I underestimated the Eight-Cloud Pavilion. This is a treasure that is not inferior to the sky-reaching tower. The difference is that the main function of the Eight-Cloud Pavilion is to nurture super experts. It doesn't have any attack power. Jiang Xi smiled and crushed the last giant hammer shadow. However, it's enough to deal with the current situation. Boom! 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 The Eight-Cloud Pavilion crushed all obstacles and flew forward at high speed with an unstoppable momentum. He's actually unscathed. Heavenly Venerable WN Luo was shocked. He had used his strongest attack just now, but it still could not do anything to Jiang Xi. What should we do? Heavenly Venerable WN Luo was really anxious. He was very clear about the situation. Although Jiang Xi was an inheritor, the forces in the Chaos Sea did not take Jiang Xi seriously. Therefore, the various forces set up layers of ambushes outside the Eight-Cloud Pavilion in preparation to capture Jiang Xi. The Juntian sacred ground relied on many Tier 7 treasures and the fact that the various forces were not united to set up an ambush closest to the 8-cloud pavilion. If Jiangxi was allowed to break out of their encirclement, the other forces outside would rush in. Once a chaotic battle broke out, it was hard to say who Jiangxi would fall into. Until now, Celestial Venerate Wn Luo still hadn't taken Jiangxi seriously. He believed that Jiangxi had only relied on the 8 Clouds Pavilion of the 8 Clouds Inheritance to block his attack as long as they could stop Jiangxi. In the end, regardless of whether it was the 8 Clouds Inheritance or the 8 Clouds Pavilion, both would belong to their great Sky Holy Land. The problem now was how to stop Jiangxi, who seemed impossible to stop at all. Could it be that they were just going to watch Jiangxi rush out of their encirclement and let the other forces join in the fight? Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, more than 10 figures flew over from all directions. They were the other 19 universe-level Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. "Let's attack together and stop him," Heavenly Premier Wn Luo shouted anxiously. Buzz! Immediately, many secret technique phantoms condensed in the void. Most of them were the giant hammer phantoms unique to the Great Sky Sacred Ground. There were also 8-armed giants, strange beasts, supreme treasures, and so on. This was the attack of the 19 top universe-level Tao Lords. Not only were there 3 half-step heavenly venerates, but half of them also had 7th-grade supreme treasures. Their combined attack was enough to fight against 3 to 5 heavenly venerates. Boom! 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 All the attacks hit the 8 Clouds Pavilion at almost the same time. A huge explosion occurred, and a terrifying power swept across a radius of 1 trillion kilometers. Even the void of the myriad worlds' ruins that was still had terrifying abyssal cracks appearing. However, when everything calmed down, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion was still unaffected and it continued to move forward unstoppably. "We can't stop him. Lord Wn Luo, what should we do? If this continues, he'll escape." The remaining 19 universe-level Tao Lords were also anxious. They kept shortening the distance between them and the 8 Clouds Pavilion, trying to shrink the encirclement. Within the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jiangxi's expression was still calm, but he was calculating his position and the best route in his heart. "Don't get too close," Heavenly Venerate Wn Luo hurriedly reminded. The scene of Jiangxi driving the 8 Clouds Pavilion and killing a half-step Heavenly Venerate was still clearly imprinted in his mind. The 19 universe-level Tao Lords didn't know about this situation. When they heard this warning, they reacted quickly and immediately retreated. "Too late," Jiangxi sneered. "Speed up." Instantly, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion increased from 100 times the speed of light to 10,000 times the speed of light. Of the 19 universe-level Tao Lords, the furthest one was only 10 million kilometers away. With the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, he could cross it almost instantly. Swoosh! The 8 Clouds Pavilion shattered the void. First, it crushed the nearest universe-level Tao Lord. Then, it drew a beautiful arc and crashed into the second Tao Lord. Puff! Puff! You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. A series of notifications sounded on the interface, indicating that one universe-level Tao Lord after another had been killed. Run! Retreat! Run! Even if they wanted to escape, how could they escape? In the end, only one of the 19 universe-level Tao Lords had a Tier 7 protective treasure. He wasn't directly crushed by the 8 Clouds Pavilion, but he was more than half dead. The rest had all died. At the same time, their treasures were also instantly collected by Jiangxi into the 8 Clouds Pavilion. "Jiangxi, you deserve to die." Heavenly Sovereign Wn Luo was shocked and angry, but more than that, he felt incredulous. "Haha, you've lived for so long. How can you say such things?" Jiangxi laughed loudly. At the same time, the 8 Clouds Pavilion continued to advance unstoppably. Boom! 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 Heavenly Sovereign Wn Luo continuously used his strongest attacks. Numerous golden hammer phantoms formed by Tier 9 mystic arts struck the 8 Clouds Pavilion that was billions of kilometers tall. However, these attacks were destined to be futile. Soon, Jiang Xi charged out of the encirclement occupied by the Jun Sky Sacred Land and was seen by even more factions. It's the Eight Clouds Pavilion. The successor is charging out with the Eight Clouds Pavilion. The Jun Sky Sacred Land couldn't catch him or stop him. This is our chance. Attack. In this area, not only was there the second largest faction in the Chaos Sea, the Red Lotus Sacred Land, but there was also the Heavenly Feather Race that was not weak at all. Moreover, the Heavenly Feather Race could be said to have sent the strongest forces this time. There were a total of 7 Heavenly Venerate Sacred Lords. In addition, many factions in the First, Second, and Third universes, as well as Heavenly Venerate Lone Travelers, were not easy to deal with either. Some factions, even if their Heavenly Venerates were weaker than the Heavenly Feather Race, would only send more peak Universe Realm Dao Lords. After seeing the Eight Clouds Pavilion, these factions added up to more than 50 Heavenly Venerates and nearly 1,000 Dao Lords. They immediately entered a frenzied state of attack. In mid-air, powerful and terrifying attacks easily distorted and shattered the space-time of the myriad worlds' ruins. Some tried to swallow the Eight Clouds Pavilion directly, while others attacked indiscriminately. They not only attacked the Eight Clouds Pavilion but also other factions, trying to mess up the situation. This was because only when the situation was chaotic would those weaker factions and lone Heavenly Venerates have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Boom. Boom. Crash. These attacks landed on the Eight Clouds Pavilion, causing it to tremble again and again. Finally, its speed was affected and it slowed down. Amidst this huge commotion, 5-colored brilliance circulated. In an instant, it condensed into a light figure that looked like a woman's. The woman's face was blurred. She was nearly 1 light-year tall and had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings on her back. She held a giant sword in both hands and looked extremely divine. This was the supreme light figure summoned by the 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race. It was the Heavenly Feather General from countless eras ago. When Jiang Xi first entered the Chaos Sea, he had seen 2 Heavenly Venerates of the Heavenly Feather Race join forces to summon a supreme light figure. However, its power was obviously not as strong as the one before him. That formless pressure completely enveloped the world, as if it was some kind of supreme existence. The supreme light figure with a blurry face waved the giant sword in her hand and drew a circle in the air. Then, that circle was like a black hole that quickly swallowed the Eight Clouds Pavilion that was billions of kilometers tall. Even Heavenly Venerate Wn Luo, who had a full set of 7th-grade supreme treasures, could not shake the Eight Clouds Pavilion. However, the supreme light figure of the Heavenly Feather Race could do it. This showed how powerful they were. However, in the next moment, bam, bam, bam. Almost at the same time, a total of 10 7th-grade supreme treasures struck that supreme light figure, causing it to crumble. Damn it! The 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race were furious. They had seen the opportunity just now. When they saw that the Eight Clouds Pavilion's flying speed was affected under the attacks of so many people, they immediately took action. They wanted to use the strongest supreme light figure to swallow the Eight Clouds Pavilion in one fell swoop. However, in such a chaotic battle, their plan failed in the end. 7 birdmen of the Heavenly Feather Race, you want to capture the inheritor? Dream on. My corpse race has been watching you for a long time. In the distance, a sinister old man sitting on a blood-colored coffin laughed sinisterly. Corpse race. The 7 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race were even more furious. The Heavenly Feather Race and the corpse race of the First Universe were both races with heaven-defying talents. Because the 2 races had opposing talents, they were natural enemies. Both sides had never stopped fighting, and neither side could see the other side coming out on top. Previously, the Heavenly Feather Race had the 9 sacred lords and could be said to have completely suppressed the corpse race. But now, the Heavenly Feather Race only had 7 sacred lords left. When the 2 races fought again, the corpse race was not afraid. Boom, boom, boom. The battle in the void became even more intense. So many Heavenly Venerables and Dao Lords were not only besieging Jiang Xi's 8 Clouds Pavilion, but they were also fighting amongst themselves. In the core inheritance space of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jiang Xi was also shocked just now. He was almost swallowed by the supreme light figure of the heavenly feather race. Fortunately, the factions in the Chaos Sea were not united. The attacks of the heavenly venerables directly defeated the supreme light figure. As expected of the inheritance method left behind by the Chaos Origin Divine General. Just the supreme light figure is so terrifying. Of course, Jiangxi was also aware that his current cultivation level was only a 5th transformation True Lord. Once he became a Tao Lord and activated the 8 Clouds Pavilion, the situation would be different. More than 50 heavenly venerables, and nearly 1,000 Tao Lords. After being safe again, Jiangxi's heart burned with passion again. He really wanted to smash these powerhouses that roamed the Chaos Sea to death. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. This situation was not like when the Great Sky Holy Land besieged him just now. With so many powerhouses attacking together, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion was greatly reduced now. What he needed to consider was how to escape and not to think about gaining experience points. Unless boom. Roar. Roar. All sorts of terrifying sounds or all sorts of supreme treasures smashed over one after another. There were also all sorts of heavenly venerables above rank 7 that continuously condensed and landed on the 8 Clouds Pavilion. These attacks broadened Jiangxi's horizons. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were pitifully few heavenly venerables and even fewer rank 7 supreme treasures. But today, 1/3 of the heavenly venerables and more than half of the Chaos Sea's rank 7 supreme treasures were gathered here. This won't do. Although our attacks slowed down the 8 Clouds Pavilion, they did not cause any damage to the 8 Clouds Pavilion, let alone capture the inheritor in the river. Trap him first. As long as we can stop the 8 Clouds Pavilion, we will have a chance to slowly get him out. These powerhouses discovered the terror of the 8 Clouds Pavilion after a period of chaos and frenzied siege. Those factions that had deliberately wanted to stir up the situation no longer caused trouble. They all focused their firepower on the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Instantly, the power of these powerhouses' joint attacks increased explosively. All sorts of attacks became terrifying. A towering giant palm appeared out of thin air and directly grabbed the 8 Clouds Pavilion. However, the 8 Clouds Pavilion forcibly flew along with the giant palm. The supreme light figure of the heavenly feather race also appeared once again. The giant sword transformed into a black hole, wanting to swallow the 8 Clouds Pavilion. There were also giant hammer phantoms, red lotus phantoms, saber lights, sword lights, and so on. All sorts of secret techniques and supreme treasures flooded the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying energy tide swept through an area of hundreds of light-years. The power that erupted completely squeezed this space. Under such a situation, the 8 Clouds Pavilion was finally forced to stop. Not good. Jiangxi's heart sank. He was afraid of falling into this passive situation. Once trapped, he would be at the mercy of others. Haha, this is a big scene. However, at this moment, a loud laughter that sounded like the roar of heaven and earth resounded through the void, suppressing the voices of all the heavenly venerables and Tao Lord. Boom. At the same time, a golden staff shadow that was close to a light-year long swept over from afar. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the staff shadows passed, the Tao Lords would explode like illusions. Nearly 100 of them had perished in an instant. Tomorrow Venerable. Damn it, it's Tomorrow Venerable. All the heavenly venerables and Tao Lords were shocked and furious. Such a big scene is rare. The white-robed Tomorrow Venerable finally arrived on the battlefield with the armillary staff in his hand. He had a smile on his face as he looked at his enemies. Kill him. Split up a portion of the heavenly venerables and surround Tomorrow Venerable. The rest of the powerhouses continue to attack the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Although the experts present were furious, they quickly responded to the situation. The first Sacred Lord and Heavenly Venerable Wn Luo, the 2 third-step Heavenly Venerables, attacked Tomorrow Venerable together with 8 other Heavenly Venerables. Heh! Tomorrow Venerable chuckled. Then, he suddenly shouted, 8th move. Boom! 8 towering figures of Tomorrow Venerable suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. One of them was slightly blurry, but each of them held an armillary staff and swept across the land with a radius of 1 light-year. These 8 figures were located in 8 different directions. It was as if they had turned this world into Tomorrow Venerable's world. And Tomorrow Venerable's true body was the core of this world. When this world was formed, many mystic technique attacks within it exploded. Only a few rank 9 mystic techniques and a few rank 8 mystic techniques resisted the pressure of this world. But then, in the darkness, a glowing shadow of a staff appeared. The strange thing was that this staff shadow didn't seem to belong to this world. It seemed to have descended from another world. A mystic technique that's close to rank 10, his 8th figure is clearer than the last time. It's also stronger than the last time. We can't fight it head-on. The first Sacred Lord, Heavenly Venerable Wn Luo, and the other Heavenly Venerables all looked extremely serious. They also condensed mystic technique shadows. There were giant hammer shadows, supreme light shadows, beasts, and Dharma treasures. Although the first Sacred Lord and Heavenly Venerable Wn Luo also used rank 9 mystic techniques, their power was obviously inferior to Tomorrow Venerable's staff technique. Boom! The shadow of the staff that was born from the darkness swept across. Boom! Boom! The glowing shadow of the staff, with an unstoppable momentum, almost instantly defeated their attacks. This too strong. Could it be another invincible Heavenly Venerable? All the experts on the battlefield were shocked beyond words. Boom! Tomorrow Venerable didn't stop after his attack. Instead, he swung his armillary staff again and swept it across. 8th move. The shining staff shadow seemed to have descended from another world and swept across again. This time, the target of the attack was the Heavenly Venerables and Tao Lords that were attacking Jiang Ci. Retreat. Dodge. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The more than 40 Heavenly Venerables and nearly 1,000 Tao Lords immediately panicked, especially those Tao Lords. They fled in a hurry, not daring to stay where they were. By now, everyone knew that if these Tao Lords were to be struck by that staff, they would probably be annihilated in body and soul. As they scattered and retreated, Jiang Ci finally had a chance to catch his breath. Just now, the 8 Clouds Pavilion had no chance to escape under the siege of so many experts. Now, the situation had changed. Tomorrow Venerable's powerful entrance solved Jiang Ci's predicament with just 3 staff strikes. Haha, my chance is here. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Charge, charge, charge. Almost instantly, he increased the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion to 10,000 times the speed of light. Whoosh! The tip of the 8 Clouds Pavilion shot forward, smashing into the fleeing Tao Lords. Puff! Puff! You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +9. You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +9. You killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +6. Along with the notifications on the experience panel, one Tao Lord after another was killed by the 8 Clouds Pavilion. There was a miniature universe hidden in the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Who could withstand the impact of a miniature universe? The Tao Lords who dared to besiege him were all elites of various factions. Except for a few universe gods, the rest were basically universe gods, but none of them could withstand the impact of the 8 Clouds Pavilion. About 30 light-years away from the 8 Clouds ruins, the originally still spacetime was distorted. In the distorted spacetime, there was an ordinary bluestone hidden. An old man wearing a beast skin robe was sitting on the bluestone. The 8 Clouds Pavilion lives up to its reputation. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone looked from afar, his deep gaze passing through 30 light-years of space. As expected of a treasure refined by godly King 8 Clouds. Although it's not an offensive treasure, it's still so powerful. He chuckled. Tomorrow Venerable. The kid who followed Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then has grown up. He's almost as strong as Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then. It seems that I was overthinking this time. With him around, I don't have to do anything. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head slightly. Then, the distorted spacetime returned to normal, and the mysterious Heavenly Venerable left quietly. First attack, then change. Chapter 628. Crash, crash, crash. Jiang Ci controlled the 8 Clouds Pavilion and crazily crashed into the fleeing Tao Lords. In the chaos, no matter how the Tao Lords stopped resisting or fled, they couldn't stop the 8 Clouds Pavilion's attack. Puff, Puff, one Tao Lord after another exploded in midair, transforming into dust. In less than a minute, only 100 or so of the 1,000 Tao Lords remained alive. They had been rather far away from River Word to begin with, which was why they had managed to survive and preserve their lives. As for the fallen Tao Lords, apart from a few Eon-level Tao Lords, the rest were basically all Universe-level Tao Lord. In addition, none of the Heavenly Venerables died. With the strength of Heavenly Venerables, even first-step Heavenly Venerables, Jiang Ci couldn't use the Eight Clouds Pavilion to smash them to death. Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're finished. The humans of the Fourth Universe are finished. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you killed my race's Tao Lords. You deserve to die. I'll definitely destroy the humans of the Fourth Universe. Whether it was the first Sacred Lord, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Net, and the other 10 Heavenly Venerables who were attacking Venerable Ming, or the 40+ Heavenly Venerables who were attacking Jiang Ci just now, they were all furious. Their hearts were trembling and bleeding. If the 100 Tao Lords that Venerable Ming had killed at the beginning were included, then nearly 1,000 Tao Lords had died in this battle. In order to capture the Inheritor, the various factions of the Chaos Sea had sent out all their elites. In other words, almost 90% of their top Tao Lords had died in this battle. Comparatively speaking, the Great Sky Sacred Land and the Red Lotus Sacred Land were in a better state. They had a large number of quasi-Tao Lords. Even though so many Universe-level Tao Lords had died, they could quickly replenish them in the future. The other factions that had suffered heavy losses were heartbroken. With so many top Tao Lords dead, they probably wouldn't be able to recover to their previous peak state even after this era ended. Humans, despicable humans. All humans deserve to die. Kill Venerable Ming. The remaining Empyrean powerhouses knew that they could not do anything to the Jiang Ci inside the Eight Cloud Pavilion, so they focused their anger on Empyrean Ming. Apart from the dozen or so Heavenly Venerables who continued to try and stop Jiang Ci, the other 40 or so Heavenly Venerables used their ultimate treasures or 7th, 8th, and 9th level secret techniques to directly attack Heavenly Venerables. That vast momentum was completely capable of instantly annihilating a first-step Empyrea. Ming Tianzuan was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. Good. Although the armillary sky staff in his hand was only a grade 6 supreme treasure, he had mastered a secret technique that was close to grade 10. Thus, he was able to crush Heavenly Venerate WN Luo and Heavenly Venerate Sparkling Dust, who both had a full set of grade 7 supreme treasures. Of course, these two third-step celestial masters didn't have miniature universes, so their actual combat power was weaker than that of ordinary third-step celestial masters. Boom! The staff shadows that were born from the darkness smashed towards the 40+ Empyrean powerhouses again and again. Fighting alone. Haha, great. Ming Tianzuan laughed loudly. He no longer had the refined image he had before. Now, he seemed a little wild, or perhaps a little deranged. It seemed that this was the real him. The armillary sky staff swept in all directions, destroying the shadows of secret techniques and grade 6 and grade 7 true treasures, preventing the 50+ Empyrean masters from getting close to him. At this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The entire ruins of myriad worlds seemed to be affected by this battle and was constantly shaking. A battle that was close to the level of a supreme. At this time, Jiang Ci wasn't idle either. He knew that since he didn't have the strength to participate in the battle with Ming Tianzuan, he should quickly leave this battlefield. This way, Ming Tianzuan could advance or retreat as he pleased and wouldn't be distracted by saving him. Su, 8 Cloud Pavilion shuttled rapidly, increasing its speed to 10,000 times the speed of light as it advanced towards the top of the Myriad Worlds ruins. As long as he left the Myriad Worlds ruins where time and space were still, he could teleport away. By then, the various powers in the Chaos Ocean wouldn't be able to do anything to him. What should we do? Are we going to let him escape? Are you going to stop him? Who can stop 8 Cloud Pavilion now? Didn't you see that more than 800 Tao Lords were killed just now? I can't accept this. If it wasn't for Ming Tianzuan, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The 100+ Tao Lords who were lucky enough to escape just now stood far away and watched as 8 Cloud Pavilion broke through the void and went further and further away from them. However, In the end, they gritted their teeth and followed under the lead of more than 10 Tao Lords. 8 Cloud Pavilion moved forward and even deliberately went close to those strange places. More than 10 heavenly venerables and 100+ Tao Lords who were following from afar were afraid and didn't dare to get close at all. After all, the green wind and white flames were extremely strange and could even kill heavenly venerables. Of course, Jiang Xi wasn't courting death because he knew the power of 8 Cloud Pavilion very well. Moreover, he had the map of the Blue Frost clan and knew more safe routes to the Myriad World's ruins than the Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Some seemingly dangerous places actually had some safe routes hidden, but the various powers in the Chaos Ocean didn't know about them now. Therefore, he used this advantage to force the 10+ heavenly venerables and 100+ Tao Lords who were following him to give up in the end. In the silent void, apart from the huge boulders, there were also some flying treasures floating in the air. They were the experts who were chasing Jiang Xi. Damn it! In one of the flying treasures that looked like a palace, the 3 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Clan roared as they watched 8 Cloud Pavilion fly away. Give up, we give up. It's useless to continue chasing now. I don't believe that Tao Lord Mountain Sea will hide in 8 Cloud Pavilion forever. Or hide in the 4th universe forever. If he wants to become a heavenly venerate, he has to go through life and death training again and again. I've never heard of an expert who can become a heavenly venerate just by hiding and not fighting. Yes, although he obtained 8 Clouds inheritance, he still needs a lot of battle training if he wants to become a heavenly venerate. He even has to adventure with other heavenly venerables in the 3 forbidden lands. Unless he doesn't want to become a heavenly venerate, he has to roam the Chaos Ocean. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Whether it was the Heavenly Feather Clan or the other forces in the Chaos Ocean, they all knew that it was impossible to catch Tao Lord Mountain Sea in this situation. They could only wait for Tao Lord Mountain Sea to train in the Chaos Ocean in the future. However, they had to admit that if they couldn't do anything to Tao Lord Mountain Sea now, it would be even more difficult to catch him in the vast Chaos Ocean in the future. Jiang Xi finally broke out of the encirclement of the various forces and got rid of the pursuit. With his speed, it would take him about 3 years to leave the Myriad World's ruins from the 8 Cloud ruins. To an expert with an endless lifespan, this time was no different from a second. They could close their eyes and meditate for a while and it would pass. Tomorrow Venerate can come and go more freely if he's alone. I don't have to worry about his safety. In the 8 Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Xi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, his clone had communicated with Tomorrow Venerate's clone and found out about the current situation. Facing the siege of more than 40 heavenly Venerate experts, Tomorrow Venerate was not at a disadvantage and was not in danger. Now, I can go to Mount Shenhuang without worry. Let's go. Jiang Xi drove the 8 Cloud Pavilion and followed a safe path between the huge rocks and celestial bodies, constantly moving out of the Myriad World's ruins. At the same time, he was multitasking and sorting out the gains of this battle. In terms of supreme treasures, although he had killed nearly 1,000 Tao Lords, it was the 3 major forces of the Chaos Ocean, Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race who had brought him great gains. This included 15 7th grade Supreme Treasures and 43 6th grade Supreme Treasures. The 7th grade Supreme Treasures all came from the Tao Lords of Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground. These 2 Sacred Ground universes had a deep foundation and had accumulated for countless eras. They also had the most 7th grade Supreme Treasures. This time, in order to catch Jiang Xi, they took out many 7th grade Supreme Treasures. However, they didn't expect that the universe Tao Lords they sent out would be killed by Jiang Xi. As for Supreme Treasures below 5th grade, there weren't many. Other than 159 5th grade Supreme Treasures, there were basically none below 4th grade. After all, the Tao Lords who dared to participate in this siege all had the strength to dominate the Chaos Ocean. Naturally, the Supreme Treasures on them wouldn't be bad. I'll keep the 7th grade Supreme Treasures and 6th grade Supreme Treasures to improve the foundation of the human race. I'll use the rest to improve the killing shadow sword, Jiang Xi thought to himself then. He opened the experience points panel and checked the changes in his experience points. This was the main point. Eternal experience points, 8,169 yuan, he had slain nearly 1,000 Dao Lords, but roughly 10% of them were at the Eon level. The rest were all at the universe level. This battle could be said to be a huge harvest. It's a pity that I don't have the strength to kill those heavenly venerables. Otherwise, the harvest this time would be even more. Jiang Xi shook his head. However, with so many eternal experience points, the two ultimate techniques can be improved again. 8 lives, 1,675 yuan, 10,000 yuan for the first level. Cloud Annihilation, 1,785 yuan, 10,000 yuan for the first level. If he could complete the first level of these two ultimate techniques, the strength of his body and primordial spirit would be able to reach another level. When I subdue Mount Shenhuang, I'll be able to break through to the Dao Lord realm and kill heavenly venerables. It's not impossible. Jiang Xi was looking forward to it as he drove the 8 Clouds pavilion forward. At the same time, in the fourth universe, in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in front of a huge stone table in the starry sky. Haha, awesome, awesome. It's been a long time since I've had such a good battle. Ming Tianzuan laughed loudly. I don't think you're going to save Jiang Xi this time. You're the one who wants to have a good battle, right? Dao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and chuckled. This time, facing so many heavenly venerables, it's all thanks to Jiang Xi. He taught me the Dao for more than 10 years, allowing my staff technique to improve further. Otherwise, the outcome would be hard to say. Ming Tianzuan smiled. The 8 Clouds legacy is indeed extraordinary. He only taught you the Dao for more than 10 years, and you've gained so much. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments praised. Suddenly, Jiang Xi's figure appeared in the starry sky. Jiang Xi. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Jiang Xi, you've shaken off their pursuit. Ming Tianzuan asked with a smile. I'm already safe. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. Ming Tianzuan, you've also escaped. Do you think those heavenly venerables can keep me here? Ming Tianzuan was very confident. Jiang Xi and Dao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at each other and smiled. After this battle, the humans of the fourth universe had truly become famous in the Chaos Sea. Even in the long history of the Chaos Sea, killing nearly 1,000 Dao Lords in one battle was something that was extremely rare. I'm here to tell you another piece of good news, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Then, he explained the situation of the supreme treasures obtained in this battle. Ming Tianzuan was one of the top experts in the entire Chaos Sea apart from the two supremes. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments was even more composed by nature. However, when they heard that there were a total of 15 7th-tier supreme treasures, they could no longer sit still. They were both surprised and delighted. To be exact, there are 16 7th-tier supreme treasures. When I was in the 8 Cloud Ruins, I also obtained the 7th-tier supreme treasure of the Heavenly Feather Clan, Mud Billow Palace, Jiang Xi said with a smile. How can there be so many? Dao Lord Nine Firmaments could not help but say, 7th-tier supreme treasures can only be encountered by chance. Until now, no one has obtained more than 10 7th-tier supreme treasures by themselves. Even my master, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who was invincible in the Chaos Sea back then, did not obtain one. The Heavenly Feather Clan had 9 supremes back then, but they only obtained 1 7th-tier supreme treasure. I didn't expect this. I thought it would be good to have 2 or 3. It seems like the Juntian Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land really put in a lot of effort to capture you. Ming Tianzuan sighed. In the end, it benefited us. Jiang Xi laughed. With so many 7th-tier and 6th-tier supreme treasures, it's enough to make our clan's strength soar qualitatively. Don't think about your clan. It's better to give yourself a set of 7th-tier supreme treasures first. That way, you'll be able to deal with more dangers in the Chaos Sea in the future. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. That's right, Ming Tianzuan said. Master, I obtained the inheritance of the 8 Cloud lineage. Naturally, there are treasures prepared for the inheritor. Jiang Xi smiled. Is it also a 7th-tier supreme treasure? Dao Lord Nine Firmaments asked. It's only strong. Jiang Xi nodded. The value of a single sword embryo far exceeded that of so many 7th-tier supreme treasures. Furthermore, He had the Heavenly Tower, 8-cloud pavilion, and 6-fold mountain. These supreme treasures were also incomparably precious. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to subdue Mount Shenhuang soon. It was another 9th-tier supreme treasure. Therefore, he was no longer interested in these 7th-tier supreme treasures. It's settled then. I only need to keep one 7th-tier essence soul supreme treasure. The rest will be given to the clan. I still need some time before I can rush back to the 4th universe. You guys can discuss how to distribute these supreme treasures first. After Jiang Xi finished speaking, he disappeared. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments and Ming Tianzuan looked at each other. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart. Back then, there were people in the clan who were worried that Jiang Xi's rise was too fast and that he did not have a sense of belonging to the clan. They had to be wary of him. But in fact, Jiang Xi's rise in strength is indeed inconceivable. However, his dedication to the clan did not change at all. Instead, he became more and more responsible. Ming Tianzuan sighed. That's right. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. No matter what realm an expert was at, they would always consider themselves. This was normal. However, to be able to make a choice in the face of great temptation was a commendable thing. They could tell that Jiang Xi did not even blink when taking out so many supreme treasures. This was enough to prove Jiang Xi's character. Soon, 3 years had passed. At the entrance of the abyss-like Wanjie ruins, a dust-like 8 clouds pavilion flew out of the entrance that had a diameter of 300 million light-years. Wanjie ruins. I'll have to come again after this storm has completely subsided. Jiang Xi looked at the huge abyss. His purpose this time was to excavate the treasure space left behind by Qing Shuang and retrieve the inheritance and treasures of Qing Shuang's clan. However, he encountered the appearance of 8 clouds ruins by accident and obtained the inheritance of 8 clouds by accident. Was it really an accident? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Among the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, he already knew the origin of Mount Shenhuang and Goldflow River. Only the Wanjie ruins was the only place that he could not see through. Especially the area below 90,000 light-years in the Wanjie ruins, it was the most mysterious place in the Chaos Sea. Since the countless calamity eras, no force could explore that area. Even Qing Shuang's clan could not go below 90,000 light-years in the Wanjie ruins. Of course, there might be forces that knew the secret there. However, those forces had already disappeared in the long river of time. I wonder if Zhizun can go down there? Jiang Xi shook his head gently. He did not think too much about it. He then teleported several times and rushed into the chaotic grey fog, heading toward the direction of the mysterious monitoring space. From the Wanjie ruins to Mount Shenhuang, it was equivalent to crossing half of the Chaos Sea. If he only teleported, flew, and rushed through the natural space whirlpool, it would take more than 100 million eras. However, through the space whirlpool in the mysterious monitoring space, he could reach Mount Shenhuang quickly. It would only take a few decades. I'm finally here. In the endless chaotic grey fog, Jiang Xi looked at the towering mountain that was 900 million light-years tall. Although it was still hundreds of light-years away, he could still clearly feel the strong aura that Mount Shenhuang was emitting. The armor treasure formed by the 6 mountains was trembling violently. It's only been tens of thousands of years. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang should not have found a new master yet, Jiang Xi thought to himself. The current spirit of Mount Shenhuang was born after the battle in the relief carvings. The original spirit was destroyed by the enemies of the astral boundary. Until 30,000 years ago, Jiang Xi broke into the origin space of Mount Shenhuang and awakened the weak old spirit. Then, he made the old spirit the spirit of the 6 mountains. If he wanted to refine Mount Shenhuang, only one of the 2 spirit treasures could survive. Without a doubt, the old spirit was recognized by Jiang Xi. The current spirit of Mount Shenhuang would be annihilated. Therefore, after Jiang Xi left last time, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang went crazy and wanted to find a new master. As a result, many strange things had happened in Mount Shenhuang in the past tens of thousands of years, attracting the investigation of some heavenly venerables. However, due to the appearance of the 8 cloud ruins, These strange things did not attract much attention. Jiang Xi had heard about these things. So many eras have passed, but no new master has been found. It's only been 30,000 years, and you want to find one? I don't believe that the meat in my mouth will fly away. Jiang Xi smiled gently. Whoosh. He drove the sky-piercing tower and teleported directly to Mount Shenhuang. As for the 8-cloud pavilion, he had already put it away. After all, the sky-piercing tower was better in terms of sturdiness. Jiang Xi would not risk the 8-cloud pavilion. If it was destroyed by the light blades in the origin space of Mount Shenhuang, the loss would be great. First released, then modified. Chapter 629. Jiang Xi followed the directions given to him by the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang last time and quickly arrived at a narrow safe zone. Mount Shenhuang had a total of 36 large safe zones and countless small safe zones. The powerhouses cultivating here were basically all gathered in the large safe zones, so he was not discovered by any powerhouses along the way. Jiang Xi looked around this small safe zone. Not far away was a huge abyssal fissure with terrifying lightning flashing inside. And the main body of Mount Shenhuang was close by. He could feel that aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything. I can enter Mount Shenhuang's origin space by tearing open the spatial barrier here. Jiang Xi followed the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang's guidance and found the location where he came out last time. Then, he used all his strength to activate Heavenly Tower and directly broke open the void in that area. Rip, a hole was instantly torn open in the spatial barrier, and Heavenly Tower passed through and entered Mount Shenhuang's origin space. Boom! Boom! Endless origin light blades crazily slammed into Heavenspan Tower, causing Heavenspan Tower to be flung away like a rubber ball. Even though Jiang Xi had already created a rank 7 mystic technique and his strength had barely reached the level of a first-step Heavenly Venerable, he was still frightened. However, with the experience from last time and the guidance of the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, he was much more relaxed this time. Heavenly Tower turned into a speck of dust and flew between the endless light blades. Soon, it arrived in front of the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the origin light blades. This was where the main body of Mount Shenhuang's spirit was. Human, it's you. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang's angry voice suddenly sounded. Although it was incomparably old, it hid endless anger. Last time, it had a lot of its origin devoured by the old spirit. It could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Now that it saw this human again, it was naturally incomparably furious. It's me. Long time no see. Jiang Xi smiled lightly. At the same time, he drove Heavenly Tower and quickly approached the 9-layered mountain peak. Unlike last time, the strength of his primordial spirit had already reached the Heavenly Venerable level and could already resist the powerful pressure emitted by the spirit of Mount Shenhuang. In just a moment, the distance between him and the 9-layered mountain peak was only 3 kilometers. Why the strength of your soul? The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was immediately shocked. There was even clear fear in its voice. Yes, the strength of a Heavenly Venerable primordial spirit. Jiang Xi's smile remained unchanged as he continued to approach its body. No, this is impossible. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was truly panicking. It couldn't believe it. How many years had it been? It was only 30,000 years. In less than an era, the strength of this human true Lord's essence spirit had actually reached the Heavenly Venerable level. It had been standing in the Chaos Sea for countless eras, but it had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Human, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang hurriedly shouted. Under such circumstances, there was no time for it to think too much. Once this human got close to it, he might be able to find a way to refine it. At that time, it would be the time of its death. Too late. Jiang Xi sneered. Whoosh. The Heavenly Tower, which was the size of a speck of dust, instantly crossed the final distance and truly stuck to the surface of the 9 mountain peaks formed by the light blades. Although Jiang Xi could still feel waves of terrifying pressure, with the strength of his Heavenly Venerable primordial spirit, he could already bear it, albeit barely. Human, you can't succeed. You can't succeed. As long as I'm not willing to acknowledge you as my master, Even if you have a heavenly venerable primordial spirit, you can't succeed. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang saw that its pleading was futile and no longer pretended as it roared angrily. Oh! Jiang Xi smiled gently. If he hadn't obtained the 8 Clouds inheritance, he might have been troubled by this for many years. Because even if he had a heavenly venerable primordial spirit, he still didn't have a way to refine Mount Shenhuang by force unless the spirit of Mount Shenhuang cooperated with him. Now, with the foundation of the 8 Clouds inheritance, there were naturally many ways to refine it by force. Go! Jiang Xi split 9 strands of his spiritual consciousness and formed a mysterious rune out of thin air. Then, this spiritual consciousness rune left the heavenly tower and directly imprinted itself on the 9 mountain peaks. Ah! The spirit of Mount Shenhuang screamed in horror, its voice trembling uncontrollably. This was because the spiritual consciousness rune had shaken its core origin, making it involuntarily want to submit even if it wanted to resist. There was always a thought in its heart that was eroding its will to resist. Don't you dare! Don't you dare refine me! The spirit of Mount Shenhuang's voice was no longer as coherent as before. It was resisting with all its might. I have all the time in the world to waste with you. Jiang Xi smiled. At the same time, he repeated the process. Every time, he split 9 strands of his spiritual consciousness to form a spiritual consciousness rune and imprint it on the 9 mountain peaks. This was the 9 spirits refining technique of the 8 Clouds inheritance, created by the founder, the 8 Clouds divine king. Forcibly refining a tier 9 supreme treasure was naturally a piece of cake. Human. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was still roaring, but its voice was starting to weaken. The imprints were preventing it from being distracted. At this rate, I'll probably succeed in 3,000 years. Jiang Xi estimated the time in his mind. Then, he used the interface to increase the level of 8 lives and Cloud Destroyer. On the other side, his clone was not idle either. It was also using the interface to convert eternal shards to expand the size of the Grotto Heaven world. The limit of a Grotto Heaven world was 10 billion light-years in diameter. His Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven was currently only 3 billion light-years in diameter. Although it was far more than the 900 million light-years of an ordinary universe realm Downlord, it was still far from the limit. Time passed year after year. When Jiang Xi had been refining Mount Shenhuang for 2,600 years, an uninvited guest appeared in the Chaos Sea. The boundless Chaos Sea was like an ocean, with turbulent waves. If one was strong enough and had a wide enough field of vision, one would discover that there were 4 incomparably huge celestial bodies, like islands, floating in this vast sea. Around them, there were many small islands, like reefs. Above them, the endless void was filled with many abyssal rifts. An endless stream of chaotic grey fog poured down from those abyssal rifts. On this day, an abyssal rift that was more than 10 billion light-years wide underwent a change. Inside that abyssal rift, there was originally an endless amount of lightning and thunder. Suddenly, a flash of starlight shone, splitting the lightning and thunder. Then, the starlight continued to expand, becoming extremely dazzling in an instant. Finally, it condensed into a dazzling ball of starlight, filling the abyssal rift. Kaboom! As if the world was splitting apart, the dazzling ball of starlight suddenly exploded. A handsome young man holding a spear and wearing silver battle armor appeared in the abyssal rift. The lightning and thunder that could instantly annihilate a third step heavenly venerable only bounced slightly after landing on him. Then, like a flame extinguished, there was no more movement. Phew! It really is a ruin. There's an aura of decay. The handsome young man shook his head gently. Back then, the Star Lord ordered me to guard the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. It has been more than 3.9 million calamity eras since then. I didn't expect such an opportunity to appear in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea in this calamity era. According to the trace of mystery I sensed more than 30,000 years ago, what appeared this time should be the inheritance of the 8 Clouds lineage. The 8 Clouds lineage of the primordial realm. This is a supreme inheritance more powerful than the 1,000 illusions lineage of the astral realm. The 1,000 illusions immortal general's gaze seemed to have crossed half of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea and arrived at the myriad world ruins. Even though he was already a Chaos Essence immortal general, he could not suppress his excitement at this moment. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general had not experienced the era of confrontation between the two realms. He was born after the Primordial Realm's army had destroyed many calamity eras on that path. Naturally, he had not seen the power of the Eight Clouds lineage. However, to this day, he could occasionally hear legends of the Eight Clouds lineage in the Astral Realm and Star Origin Realm. In that era, the Eight Clouds' immortal king was the existence closest to the Star Lord and the Primordial Realm Emperor. The inheritance he left behind was naturally one of the top inheritances in the two realms. The Primordial Realm back then has become the current Star Origin Realm. The Primordial Realm Emperor, the Eight Clouds' immortal king, the Eternal Dawn immortal king, these super experts who once stood at the peak have all left their traces in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea. This time, I paid a huge price to descend here. I must dig it out properly. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's eyes were burning. Then, he swung his spear, directly breaking open a deep black hole in the terrifying abyssal rift, and stepped into it. Whoosh, space warped, and this valiant immortal general-level expert appeared a trillion light-years away. Whoosh. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in this extremely dangerous Chaos Sea. Those perilous places that could annihilate heavenly venerables were no threat to him. Every time he crossed a trillion light-years, it did not take long for the Thousand Worlds ruins to arrive. After arriving at this huge abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years, he finally stopped. Even if the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea is broken, that overbearing rule still exists. Even I can only exert the strength of a heavenly venerable. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general shook his head gently. Otherwise, he would only need to take one step to arrive at the Thousand Worlds. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. Then, he turned his gaze to the entrance of the Thousand Worlds ruins. Looking at the huge abyss, his originally calm face turned solemn. The Thousand Worlds ruins is said to be left behind by the Primordial Realm Emperor. It is said that in a certain era in the future, he will bury the Thousand Worlds. Unfortunately, the Primordial Realm Emperor has passed away. Who can he bury? The Thousand Illusions' immortal general sighed. Then, without further thought, he directly entered the Thousand Worlds ruins. However, he did not continue to move forward by a large margin. Instead, he flew quickly toward the Eight Cloud ruins. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green wind emerged from a huge stone celestial body beside him and attacked the Thousand Illusions' immortal general in an extremely strange manner. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's expression changed drastically as he quickly dodged. However, the green wind was extremely strange. It seemed to be able to lock onto everything. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape. Whoosh! At this moment, another huge stone celestial body on the other side emitted a wisp of white flame and attacked him. Impossible! Green wind, white flame, these primordial realm strangeness have long been obliterated by the Star Master. How can they still exist here? The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's face revealed a trace of horror as he desperately dodged. However, in the end, he was still infected by these two strangeness. Ah, my life is over. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's face was ashen. After he arrived, he did not take the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea seriously. However, he did not expect that there would be such terrifying strangeness here. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general's expression suddenly froze. I'm fine. He realized that the green wind and white flame had only swallowed a very small portion of his divine body and primordial spirit after landing on him. This level of injury was almost negligible. With his ability, he could recover instantly. So it's the most basic primordial realm strangeness. It's not the kind that could instantly kill a immortal general back then. The Thousand Illusions' immortal general heaved a sigh of relief as if he had just survived a disaster. I still have to be more careful. He was no longer as unrestrained as before. Instead, he was highly focused as he followed the mysterious feeling he had towards the Eight Clouds branch back then and kept approaching the Eight Clouds ruins. With his speed, no matter how careful he was, it only took him a day to arrive at the Eight Clouds ruins. More than 2,000 years had passed. As Jiang Ci left with the Eight Clouds pavilion, The huge stone celestial body had already returned to its original state. The thick red fog and the cracks in the void had already disappeared, leaving behind a tightly shut stone door. It's only been 30,000 years, and it's already been taken away. The Thousand Illusions Immortal General's eyes flashed coldly. "Backtrack," he yelled coldly. Suddenly, an invisible ripple spread out from his glabella and covered the surrounding void of the Eight Clouds ruins. Buzz. Time seemed to be flowing backward. Scenes that had already happened were presented in reverse before the Thousand Illusions Immortal General. Although he could only unleash the power of an eternal supreme level, he could easily backtrack time and see what had happened in the past. However, boom. When he saw a speck of dust fly out of the stone door, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned ghastly pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes. The supreme treasure of a divine king, the Thousand Illusions Immortal General quickly closed his eyes and stopped backtracking time at the same time. He knew that the artifact was the Dharma treasure left behind by the Eight Clouds Immortal General. It was not something that could be shown by backtracking time at all. That was why he had suffered a backlash. The Thousand Illusions Immortal General looked at the tightly shut stone door and thought for a while. In the end, he did not force his way in. He did not dare to barge into the land of inheritance left behind by the Eight Clouds branch. If there was some powerful weapon inside, the loss would outweigh the gain. Although he only took a glance, he knew that the speck of dust was the most important Dharma treasure of the Eight Clouds branch, the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Since the Eight Clouds Pavilion had been taken away by the inheritor, it was no longer important whether he could enter the Eight Clouds ruins or not. Since I can't find the inheritor through backtracking time, it seems that I can only rely on the local forces of the primordial realm's chaos sea. The Thousand Illusions Immortal General frowned slightly. Then, two apparitions walked out of his body. They looked exactly the same as his original body. They both held long spears and wore silver armor. After these two apparitions appeared, they immediately returned to the entrance of the Myriad World's ruins. As for the Thousand Illusions Immortal General himself, he looked deeper into the Myriad World's ruins. Although he had not experienced the confrontation between the two worlds, he was, after all, an expert who guarded the primordial realm's chaos sea. Of course, he knew some of the ancient rumors of the Myriad World's ruins. The location below 90,000 light-years of the Myriad World's ruins, or to be exact, the area below 99,999 light-years, was the forbidden area of the primordial realm's chaos sea. Of course, that was only for the many experts in the chaos sea. For a god general level expert like him, there was nothing to be afraid of. There are many rumors about what's in the depths of the Myriad World's ruins. One of the most credible rumors is that the inheritance of the primordial realm's emperor is hidden here. On this trip, not only do I want to obtain the Eight Clouds inheritance, but I also want to explore the depths of the Myriad World's ruins. With that, the Thousand Illusions Immortal General flew toward the bottomless depths of the Myriad World's ruins. On the other hand, it only took one day for one of the apparitions of the Thousand Illusions Immortal General to arrive at the Juntian sacred ground. He stood in front of the barrier of the eternal universe with a smile on his face. Juntian, Honglian, these two lucky fellows are considered rising stars in the star origin realm. They have the potential to become Grand Supremes. This time, they can help me find that inheritor. With a stroke of his hand, he broke the barrier of the Juntian sacred grounds universe and stepped into it. It was not difficult to break the barrier of the universe. A Tao Lord could break the barrier of the original universe. However, it was very difficult for outsiders to enter the universe from the outside. For example, only native living beings could enter and exit the four original universes freely. This was because the original will of the original universe was too powerful. Even the Thousand Illusions Immortal General did not dare to provoke the power of the original will. It was less difficult for outsiders to enter the eternal universe. With the strength of the Thousand Illusions Immortal General, he could naturally force his way into the Juntian sacred ground. When he broke the barrier of the universe, the towering giant hammer in the center of the Juntian sacred ground's giant hammer divine world suddenly trembled violently. Supremes! Supremes are descending again? What's happening? Why do I feel like the entire sacred ground is shaking? The Tao lords and perfected immortal experts who were cultivating around the giant hammer were all startled awake. More than 30,000 years ago, they had already seen supremes descend once. Therefore, they were not as shocked as the last time. However, this time, Jun Tian Supreme did not descend in front of his people. Instead, he appeared at the edge of the Jun Tian sacred ground. He was wearing a black robe and his entire body was shrouded in a grey mist, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. The moment Jun Tian Supreme appeared, he saw the Thousand Illusions Immortal General. Immortal General? Jun Tian Supreme was shocked. He was the owner of the Jun Tian sacred ground. He knew everything that happened in every corner of the universe. However, he did not notice this valiant youth at all. There was only one possibility for this situation. The other party's strength had far surpassed his. My name is Thousand Illusions, Immortal General said indifferently. Greetings, Lord Thousand Illusions. Jun Tian Supreme quickly bowed and dispersed the mist that shrouded him. It was a black-robed elder who also looked like a human. However, he had 8 arms. I have something for you to do, Thousand Illusions Immortal General said. It's Great Sky's honor to work for Lord Immortal General. Jun Tian Supreme was secretly shocked. He had walked out of the primordial realm's chaos sea and naturally knew about Thousand Illusions Immortal General who was in charge of guarding the primordial realm's chaos sea. Thousand Illusions Immortal General said expressionlessly, there are a total of 3 things. First, exterminate all the humans in the 4 original universes. Second, find the inheritor of the 8 clouds. Third, gather information on Mountain Sea Star. First, then change. Chapter 630. Each of the 3 matters had exceeded Jun Tian Supreme's expectations. Finding the 8 clouds inheritor was still acceptable. It was not strange that Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun wanted the 8 clouds inheritor. It was not a big deal that Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun wanted to exterminate the human race. It was nothing more than enmity. In Jun Tian Supreme's opinion, the human race was a powerful bloodline race in both the primordial realm's Chaos Sea and the Star Origin realm. It was normal for them to have enmity with Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun. The only thing that Jun Tian Supreme could not figure out was the information about the Mountain Sea Star. What kind of place was the Mountain Sea Star? He suddenly thought of something and said to Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun, Lord Immortal General, I think I should know about the Mountain Sea Star and it is related to the 8 clouds inheritor. Speak. Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun's eyes flashed. I don't know where the Mountain Sea Star is, but I know that the new 8 clouds inheritor is Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Be more detailed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea comes from the 4th universe. His name is Jiangxi and he has only cultivated for about 100,000 years. Such talent is extremely rare in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. He is good at sword techniques. Jun Tian Supreme explained Jiangxi's situation in detail, including his background, cultivation, experience, and so on. After Jiangxi became the 8 clouds inheritor, the various forces in the Chaos Sea had collected all his information. Therefore, it was not strange that Jun Tian Supreme knew all this. I think that this Tao Lord Mountain Sea is most likely to know the whereabouts of the Mountain Sea Star, Jun Tian Supreme said solemnly. After Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun heard this, his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, bring him to me. Don't worry, Lord. I will do my best to complete this. Jun Tian Supreme bowed. Then, he said with a smile, Lord, I have another request. You dare to raise a condition with me? You misunderstand, Lord. I was thinking that if I can help you complete these 3 tasks, can I become your disciple and become a disciple of the Thousand Illusions lineage? Complete them first, Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun said coldly. Yes. Jun Tian Supreme still bowed respectfully. Because he knew that although Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun did not explicitly agree to his request, it was equivalent to an agreement as long as he completed these 3 tasks, he could become a disciple of the Thousand Illusions faction. As for the 8 clouds inheritance, although it would be taken by the Illusion God General in the end, There was nothing they could do about it. In front of the powerful illusion God General, he had no right to refute. Therefore, Juntian Supreme could only settle for the next best thing. As long as he could enter Thousand Illusions Divine General's tutelage, there would be plenty of opportunities to come into contact with Eight Clouds' inheritance in the future. Furthermore, the Thousand Illusion lineage was an extremely transcendent existence in the Star Realm and the Star Origin Realm. Otherwise, the Star Lord wouldn't have let the Thousand Illusion Divine General guard the broken primordial realm's Chaos Sea. If he could become a disciple of the Thousand Illusions faction, then his future development in the two worlds would definitely be thousands of times better than it was now. Lord Divine General, there's one more thing. Jun Tian Supreme said again.
Oh.
Divine General Thousand Transformations' eyes immediately turned cold. Cold light flashed, and the entire Jun Tian Holy Land universe shook violently as if it was going to collapse. Your Excellency misunderstood. Jun Tian Supreme's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "It's about the matter of exterminating the human race." Speak. I just learned that the human race in the first universe was exterminated at the beginning of this calamity era. Now, only the human race in the second, third, and fourth universes still exist, and they are all pinnacle races. However, it'll be more difficult to exterminate the human race in the fourth universe.
Oh.
Your Excellency, you might not know, but an invincible heavenly venerate once appeared in the human race in the fourth universe during this calamity era. His name was Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament. However, he later challenged the original will of the primordial universe for eternity and was permanently suppressed in the end. Although it's a reckless act, his courage is commendable. Divine General Thousand Transformations nodded lightly. The Chaos Sea's laws were very domineering. Under normal circumstances, cultivators could at most unleash the combat strength of a peak Heavenly Venerate. The reason why an invincible Heavenly Venerate was invincible was that their Tao technique, body, and essence spirit had at least reached the peak Heavenly Venerate, or even exceeded the peak Heavenly Venerate in one aspect. Such a powerhouse was enough to suppress the entire Chaos Sea. Unlike the Chaos Sea, the laws of the four primordial universes allowed one to unleash the combat strength of a peak Tao Lord. At most, an invincible Heavenly Venerate also had to follow such a rule. However, if an invincible Heavenly Venerate could be invincible at the Heavenly Venerate level, then of course, they could also be invincible at the Tao Lord level. If a race had such a powerhouse, then the difficulty of exterminating the race was indeed very high. Divine General Thousand Transformations continued, since this invincible Heavenly Venerate has been suppressed, then how difficult is it to exterminate his race? That's the problem. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament has been suppressed, but now another Heavenly Venerate tomorrow has appeared. Although this Heavenly Venerate tomorrow isn't an invincible Heavenly Venerate, his strength is about the same as an invincible Heavenly Venerate, Jun Tian Supreme explained. Another one? The providence of the human race in the fourth universe is actually so prosperous. Divine General Thousand Transformations' eyes flashed. Not only that, but that Tao Lord Mountain Sea who obtained Eight Clouds' inheritance also came from the human race in the fourth universe. Jun Tian Supreme added. What? Divine General Thousand Transformations could no longer maintain his indifference and revealed a shocked expression. The Emperor Lord of the primordial realm and the human race have a very deep relationship, and the human race in the fourth universe has such great providence. In an era of calamity, two invincible Heavenly Venerates appeared in succession, and even the inheritance of God King Eight Clouds was obtained by the living beings of this race. It seems that the Mountain Sea Star that the Star Lord can't forget should be in the fourth universe. It might even be in the human territory of the fourth universe. Divine General Thousand Transformations' eyes flickered with starlight as he instantly thought of many things. At this moment, Jun Tian Supreme added, "There's one more thing. Back then, the various factions of the Chaos Sea besieged Tao Lord Mountain Sea. In the end, not only did he escape, but he also obtained at least 10 7th-tier supreme treasures. With these, the human race in the fourth universe will have at least 10 more peak Tao Lords. This is the most troublesome thing." Divine General Thousand Transformations nodded slightly. He understood what Jun Tian Supreme meant. This was because the original will of the original universe was extremely powerful. If they wanted to exterminate the human race in the fourth universe, they could only do it through the other races of this universe. Outsiders had no chance to make a move at all. Even if they were Chaos Essence Divine General level experts, once they entered the original universe, they would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. And now, the human race had Heavenly Venerate tomorrow, who was close to an invincible Heavenly Venerate, and at least 10 7th-tier Supreme Treasures. This was equivalent to the human race having at least 11 peak Dao Lords. In addition, since Dao Lord Mountain C had obtained the inheritance of 8 clouds, he would definitely impart some of the inheritances to the peak Heavenly Venerate to other experts of the race. It would not be long before Heavenly Venerate tomorrow could use this to become an invincible Heavenly Venerate. At that time, Heavenly Venerate tomorrow would be enough to sweep away all the experts. It would be almost impossible to exterminate the human race. Thinking of this, Divine General Thousand Transformations waved his hand and more than 100 glowing light balls appeared in front of him. Each light ball had an artifact inside. Here are 100 7th-tier Supreme Treasures and 10 8th-tier Supreme Treasures. Give these to the other races of the fourth universe and let them join forces to exterminate the human race. Yes, Divine General. Jun Tian Supreme bowed respectfully and received the 100 Supreme Treasures. Divine General Thousand Transformations nodded and disappeared into thin air, leaving the great sky sacred ground. On the other side, Divine General Thousand Transformations' second doppelganger arrived at the Red Lotus sacred ground and gave a similar order to Red Lotus Supremacy. The difference was that he only asked Red Lotus Supremacy to exterminate the human race of the second and third universes. He did not order Red Lotus Supremacy to collect information about Mountain Sea Star or to find the 8 clouds heir. Chaos Sea was vast and boundless. Among the 100 or so powers, although there were no obvious signs of an alliance, everyone had a certain amount of contact in private. Many races and powers from the 4 original universes had secretly sought refuge with the 2 Holy Land universes at the beginning of this calamity era. Hence, Jun Tian Supreme and Red Lotus Supremacy did not spend much effort to send the news of exterminating the human race to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th universes. Although the human race of the 2nd and 3rd universes was also a pinnacle race, they were not the strongest pinnacle race. Hence, the battle of extermination was less difficult. The most difficult one was the 4th universe. The human race was the strongest pinnacle race here, and Sky Pass Mountain River diagram covered the entire universe. Once a race war broke out, the human race would definitely have the upper hand everywhere. Jun Tian Supreme was, of course, aware of this. He followed Divine General Thousand Transformations orders and handed many supreme treasures to the demon race, ghost race, and a lone Heavenly Venerate in the 4th universe. However, this process was completed in Chaos Sea. The human race in the 4th universe naturally had no way of knowing all this. Universe 4, in a silent starry sky. Hong Hong. 2 spiritual consciousnesses crossed the void and instantly landed here, transforming into 2 huge shadows. One was a huge beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails. The other was a huge ghost with a green face and fangs. They were Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon from the demon race and Heavenly Venerate Yang Du from the ghost race. Thousand Demon, you also met Jun Tian Supreme? Heavenly Venerate Yang Du asked directly. That's right. He gave us an 8th grade true treasure and 10 7th grade true treasures. Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon nodded. Seems like it's the same. This Jun Tian Supreme is really rich. Forget about the 7th grade true treasures, he's actually willing to take out 8th grade true treasures, and one for each of us. Heavenly Venerate Yang Du sighed. Although I don't know what grudges Jun Tian Supreme has with the human race, isn't his request what you and I have long wanted to do? Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon smiled. Yes. Although the 4th universe has 3 pinnacle races, the human race occupies the best territory in the entire universe. That territory can give birth to the life with the most potential, so they can repeatedly give birth to top geniuses with outstanding talent. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament, Heavenly Venerate Ming, Jiang Ci, one peerless genius after another was born in that territory of the human race. Heavenly Venerate Yang Du said with a serious expression. Now, Jiang Ci of the human race has obtained 8 clouds inheritance. In the future, the human race will definitely become even stronger. At that time, there will probably be no space for our 2 races to survive in the 4th universe. Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon also said solemnly. Then, from today onwards, our 2 races will truly form an alliance. At the same time, we will rope in the other top races to kill the human race together. That's great. The monster race and ghost race were the pinnacle races. Although they were inferior to the human race, they were still extraordinary, and their efficiency was naturally extremely high. After the 2 heavenly venerates made their decision, they began to act on the same day. In the monster race's territory, all perfected monarchs and tribulation transcenders enter the myriad monster universe. Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demons order spread throughout the monster race. The war was about to begin. Tribulation transcenders and perfected monarchs were the elites of races that might give birth to Dao monarchs in the future. Naturally, they couldn't take the risk. As for those cultivators below the Dao integration stage, it was hard to say whether they would be able to give birth to a perfected monarch in the future. Moreover, even if a large number of cultivators below the Dao integration stage died, it wouldn't be long before a new batch of cultivators appeared. A moment later, in the sacred land of the myriad monster universe, Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon looked at the 15 monster Dao monarchs in front of him and said solemnly, "This war is to seize the foundation of the human race. The human race will definitely counterattack crazily. This time, I will personally lead you to attack. I will be the main force, and your mission is to support me and strive to kill all the Dao monarchs of the human race." Yes, Heavenly Venerate. The 15 monster Dao monarchs were very excited. Starting a war of extermination against the human race. In the past, this was something they would never have dared to think about. But now, they were filled with confidence. This confidence came from those 7th-tier supreme treasures. Under normal circumstances, the highest combat power allowed in the primal universe was the limit of Dao monarchs. Even heavenly venerates had to abide by this rule. Otherwise, they would attract the punishment of the universe's origin will. But now, there were suddenly 10 7th-tier supreme treasures, which allowed 10 of them to unleash combat power at the limit of Dao monarchs. In addition to Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon, the monster race had 11 peak Dao monarchs, which was enough to sweep through the 4th universe. Moreover, the ghost race would also take action this time. They also had the combat power of so many peak Dao monarchs. Naturally, it would be easy for them to destroy the human race. At the same time, the ghost race also carried out a similar pre-war mobilization. One after another, ghost tribulation transcenders and true monarchs flew into the ghost race's Yenju universe. In the end, the ghost race's headquarters in the 4th universe was only left with 2 seas of bones, one large and one small, quietly floating in the starry sky. These 2 seas of bones, the large one had a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers, and the small one had a diameter of 1 million kilometers. Both were surrounded by barriers made of white bones. In the blood-red sea water, there were also eerie white bones floating. It looked like a land of death, but it contained endless vitality. The ghost race's royal bloodline Golden Yakshaw and royal bloodline Silver Yakshaw were born in these 2 seas of bones. The origin of the bone seas was mysterious. It was said that at the beginning of the Calamity era, when the 4th universe had just given birth to life, these 2 seas of bones had already existed. The ghost race's biggest reliance on these 2 seas of bones to become a peak race was these 2 seas of bones. After the ghost race's experts below the level of Dao monarchs died, they had a chance to be reincarnated in these seas of bones in the future and obtain a second life. Under such a mechanism, some ghosts with outstanding comprehension abilities but poor cultivation talent could use this opportunity to become royalty and possess a stronger bloodline. This way, some true geniuses could be born. However, the more talented a ghost race member was, the lower their chances of being reincarnated in these seas of bones. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Yang Du stood above the 2 seas of bones and looked down at the 13 ghost race Dao monarchs below. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the human race's territory." Yes. The 13 ghost race Dao monarchs were also very excited and entered the large and small seas of bones. In the end, Heavenly Venerate Yang Du waved his hand, and the 2 seas of bones shrank to the size of a disc. He held them in his hand like magic treasures. The 2 seas of bones were the ghost race's sacred grounds and were incomparably miraculous. If Dao Lords like them were to be heavily injured, they would be able to draw upon the boundless life force within it to quickly heal their wounds. In a war, these 2 seas of bones were even more valuable. Although the monster race and ghost race's movements were extremely secretive, the human race's skyspan river diagram was constantly monitoring these 2 races. In the end, they still discovered some clues. First issued, then changed. Chapter 631. Universe 4, within the skyspan mountain river diagram. It had only been 2,600 years since Jiang Ci had explained the Tao to the human experts. Today, the human race had once again convened a meeting of the highest-level Tao Lords. Ming Zun sat on a black throne at one end of the long stone table, while Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and Jiang Ci sat on the golden thrones on the left and right respectively. These were the current 3 titans of the human race. Apart from the 3 of them, the other 21 Tao Lords also appeared on their respective thrones. Only Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's black throne was empty. In addition, this meeting was not as lively as the previous one. The atmosphere was very solemn and somewhat dull. After everyone had arrived, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a solemn expression, "According to the information I received, the human race in the 2nd and 3rd universes has suffered heavy losses. It will not be long before they are exterminated. I can confirm that this is an extermination operation against the human race, and it was premeditated," Ming Zun said in a low voice. The human experts present, including Jiang Ci, all had extremely solemn expressions, but they were not nervous. This was because not long ago, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had learned of the crisis the human race in the other universes were facing through the intelligence network of his race in the Chaos Sea. The human race in the 2nd and 3rd universes had been attacked by the joint forces of the various peak races. Although the human race in the 4th universe had not encountered such a situation yet, everyone had taken precautions in advance. The human Tao Lords who were adventuring in the Chaos Sea had all rushed back as fast as they could. Only Jiang Ci was an exception. His true body was still in Mount Shenhuang and had reached the final juncture, unable to leave. Right now, the one participating in the Tao Lord conference was his clone. "Master, did you summon us here because the demon race and ghost race have made a move?" Jiang Ci asked. "That's right. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament just told me that he discovered through the skyspan mountain river diagram that the 2 heavenly venerables of the demon race and ghost race should have had a meeting." Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. "Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament." Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shazun, and the other human experts were all shocked. "I never told you that although Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament has been permanently suppressed, he can monitor the entire Universe 4 through the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. Only Empyrean powerhouses and special regions like the ancient immortal world could repel the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram. Apart from that, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament can see everything with her own eyes. Furthermore, she can transmit the detailed situation to us in real time," Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said solemnly. "This is a good thing." Many of the human experts present were overjoyed. In such a peak race war, overall strength was very important, but so was intelligence. If Empyrean Purple Firmament could provide everyone with detailed traces and movements of the enemy, then they would not be so passive. Although those heavenly venerables can repel the river diagram's probing, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament can also use this to infer the approximate location of those heavenly venerables and determine their whereabouts, added Tao Lord 9 Firmament. "Yes. Yes." Jiang Ci and the others nodded in agreement. The number of Empyrean powerhouses in the 4th universe was limited. Each of the 3 pinnacle races had one. In addition to the lone Empyrean, there were only 11 Empyrean powerhouses in total. Determining their whereabouts through the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram was nothing difficult. As long as the two heavenly venerables of the demon and ghost race made a move, they would be able to determine their whereabouts through the river diagram. Just now, these two pinnacle races moved almost at the same time. According to Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament's judgment, a team of Tao Lord experts will be coming soon. We have to be prepared, said Tao Lord 9 Firmament in a deep voice. Since it's a race war, no matter what schemes are hidden behind it, no matter who the enemy is, we have no need to fear. Let's fight. Tao Lord Sword One's gaze was sharp and filled with a strong desire to fight. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shazuan, and the other top-ranked experts of the human race were also filled with killing intent. That's right. Although the enemy this time is the alliance of two pinnacle races, we have the supreme treasures provided by Jiang Ci. If we really fight, we'll definitely be able to catch the demon and ghost race off guard. Heavenly Venerable suddenly laughed. All the human experts present turned to look at Jiang Ci. The atmosphere also became relaxed, and the tension from before was swept away. Yes, although Jiang Ci's original body did not return, he released Tao Lord Clear Flame and the other human candidates from the Eight Clouds Pavilion after leaving the ruins of Myriad Worlds. At that time, Jiang Ci had thought that the Eight Clouds legacy might bring disaster to the race. Therefore, he asked Tao Lord Clear Flame to bring back the 16 Tier 7 Supreme Treasures and 164 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Then, he set off for Mount Xianhuang. He did not expect that this move would really work. With so many Supreme Treasures, each of the 24 pinnacle human experts present could get 2 to 3 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Then, 16 of them could get a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure. Although the power of a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure was far inferior to that of a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, this was the fourth universe and not the Chaos Sea. The Heaven-Earth law of the fourth universe could at most unleash the combat strength of a Tao Lord. A Tier 6 Supreme Treasure was enough to raise the combat strength of a Desolate-level Tao Lord to the universe level. And now, the human Tao Lords had at least 2 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Their actual combat strength naturally far exceeded the universe level, reaching the limit of a universe-level Tao Lord. The two teams of pinnacle experts formed by the demon and ghost race are moving at the same time. Each team is led by a Heavenly Venerable expert, so we have to split up. Heavenly Venerable Ming will lead the Tao Lords of the Tao sect, Buddhism sect, and Guanghan sect to stop the ghost race. I'll lead the remaining Tao Lords of the Purple Firmament sect, Swordgate, Chaos Essence sect, Wuji sect, Sky Sun sect, and True Mystic sect to stop the demon race. We'll try to stop the enemy outside the human territory. Only then can we minimize the losses of the human race, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said solemnly. In terms of strength, the number one expert of the human race was Heavenly Venerable Ming, but in terms of leadership, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was actually better. Therefore, this battle was under his command. Does anyone have anything else to add? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments glanced at everyone. No. Agreed. All the Tao Lords nodded. They could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in their hearts. It was about to erupt during the battle. Although Jiang Ci did not say anything, he also agreed with this plan. Although Heavenly Venerable Ming's team only brought experts from the 3 immortal Tao sects, including Heavenly Venerable Ming himself, this team had a total of 10 Tao Lords and above. Although they seemed to have fewer people than Tao Lord 9 Firmament's team, their overall strength was about the same. This was because the Tao Lords of these 3 sects were generally much stronger in terms of cultivation. Furthermore, the Daoist path, Buddhist path, and Moonfrost sect were more or less counters to the ghost race. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's team had a total of 14 Tao Lords. Although most of them were at the Desolate level, apart from Tao Lord 9 Firmaments who was a half-step Heavenly Venerable, there was also Jiang Ci's clone. Their overall strength was naturally not weak. Jiang Ci's clone's body and essence spirit were slightly weaker than his true body. It was only comparable to a universe-level Tao Lord. However, by relying on the power of his Grotto Heaven world and a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, his actual combat strength had actually reached the limit of a Tao Lord. After all, his Grotto Heaven world far surpassed that of an ordinary universe-level Tao Lord. A universe-level Tao Lord's grotto heaven world was normally 900 million light-years in diameter. In the past 2,600 years, the mountain sea grotto heaven's diameter had expanded by 4 billion light-years. The power of the world Jiangxi had absorbed from it was naturally stronger. After making the final arrangements, Tao Lord Nine Firmament's eyes were filled with a divine light. He said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, let's set off." Between the human territory and the demon territory was an extremely vast stretch of desolate starry sky. There were no stars in this starry sky, only endless darkness. Suddenly, a huge grey flying vessel Supreme Treasure crossed an unknown number of light-years and teleported into this starry sky. A colossal beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails was lying prostrate within the Supreme Treasure's space. A vast and vigorous aura constantly emanated from its body. It was the primogenitor of the demon race, heavenly venerable myriad fiend. Below them were the 15 Tao Lords of the demon race. All of them were waiting and preparing for the upcoming battle. Oh! Just as heavenly venerable myriad fiend was about to teleport again, he suddenly stopped and looked into the distant starry sky. The 15 Tao Lords also looked in that direction. The flying vessel Supreme Treasure didn't block their vision. They immediately saw a colorful palace appear in the distant dark starry sky. That's the heavenly feather race's supreme treasure, the rippling palace? Heavenly venerable myriad fiend was shocked. However, on second thought, he understood what was going on. No, it's the human race. Although heavenly venerable myriad fiend hadn't participated in the battle for the Eight Clouds legacy, he knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had obtained it. The rippling palace of the heavenly feather race had been lost in the Eight Clouds ruins. It wasn't strange to see the human race using this 7th-tier supreme treasure. However, the sudden appearance of the human race surprised heavenly venerable myriad fiend. The human race actually dared to come out prematurely. The Tao Lords of the demon race were also surprised. Kill. Destroy this group of human Tao Lords. Then, they roared furiously, their murderous intent boiling. Then, with a furious snort, a terrifying ripple spread out from the flying vessel. Like a spacetime wave, it affected this dark world. The spacetime wave carried with it terrifying power, distorting spacetime as it furiously crashed towards the rippling palace, wave after wave. Boom! Powerful shockwaves continuously impacted the rippling palace. However, the rippling palace didn't move at all in the starry sky. It wasn't affected at all. After all, it was a 7th-tier supreme treasure. Although heavenly venerable myriad fiend was a second-step celestial venerable, he could only use the combat power of a Tao Lord at most. Naturally, he couldn't shake the rippling palace. Within the supreme treasure space of the rippling palace was the group led by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Including Jiangxi, there were a total of 14 Tao Lords. After they'd gathered, they'd first used a large-scale teleportation array to teleport to the borders of the human race's territory. Then, they'd teleported to this desolate starry sky. Its heavenly venerable myriad fiend. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said in a low voice. Jiangxi, Tao Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord One Sword, Tao Lord Long Wall, and the other human experts all saw the scene in the distance. Within the dark spacetime waves, an incomparably enormous behemoth had appeared. This behemoth had 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails, and it seemed to cover the entire dark starry sky. When it spread its enormous body, it was at least a light-year in size. It was utterly shocking. How dare heavenly venerable myriad fiend's body expand to such an enormous size? Tao Lord Mi Luo let out a cold snort. Even though he's unable to use the power of an Empyrean due to the restrictions of the natural laws of the primal universe, his body is far more powerful than ours. Of course he dares to expand his body, Tao Lord One Sword said softly. He expanded his body in order to use his own power to deal with all of us. However, this will also make it easier for us to attack him. Tao Lord Long Wall laughed coldly. Prepare for battle. Jiangxi said. Battle. Battle. A total of 14 human Tao Lords left the rippling palace and entered the dark starry sky. Whoosh. Instantly, one of the serpentine tails of the incomparably enormous heavenly venerable myriad fiend swept out in an awe-inspiring manner. As for the 15 Tao Lords, they left the flying vessel and stood on one of Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's heads. Leave Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend to me. The rest of you go deal with those Tao Lords. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments barked coldly. As he spoke, a layer of violet gold gloves appeared on his hands, as thin as a cicada's wings. The gloves then began to extend towards his arms, quickly covering his entire body and forming a suit of violet gold battle armor. Boom! Tao Lord Nine Firmaments's aura reached its peak. With a furious roar, he charged towards Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. At the same time, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's enormous body charged towards the human Tao Lords at high speed. The 15 Tao Lords stood on one of his heads, ready to attack at a moment's notice. A human has charged out. It's Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Chimph, how arrogant. Even if he's a half-step Empyrean, he's still a universe Tao Lord. How dare he fight Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend? He's courting death. The Tao Lords stood together, watching this scene leisurely. They were very confident in this race war. Moreover, this group of human experts was not the full strength of the human race. It was best to let Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend show his strength at the start of this battle. If they interfered, they might offend Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. Whoosh! Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, who was rushing over from afar, suddenly struck out with his palm. The palm with the violet gold gloves rapidly expanded as rays of rainbow-colored light condensed in his palm. The auras of various Daoist arts gradually rose, quickly forming a universe that covered the starry sky. This was a rank 7 mystic art, universe in the palm. Boom! Furthermore, the violet gold gloves carried an incomparably terrifying aura as they pierced through layers of space and landed on Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's body. Boom! 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 Terrifying power erupted instantly, but it only caused part of Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's body to tremble. His entire body was unharmed. You have a rank 7 supreme treasure as well? Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend was both surprised and delighted. Something's not right. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' expression changed slightly. He realized that his palm strike had not caused any damage to his opponent. This was the primal universe, not the Chaos Sea. At most, everyone could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord. Even if his opponent was a second-step Heavenly Venerable, he would definitely be injured after taking his palm strike. This was because the violet gold gloves on his hands were a rank 7 offensive supreme treasure. There was only one explanation. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend had a rank 7 defensive supreme treasure. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not even consider a rank 8 supreme treasure. After all, even the 2 Holy Land universes of the Chaos Sea did not have one. The demons have a rank 7 supreme treasure as well? He instantly felt that there was a huge conspiracy behind this. After all, in terms of overall strength, the demons of the 4th universe were at the bottom of the Chaos Sea. It was already good enough for them to have a rank 6 supreme treasure. Moreover, the races that attacked the humans of the 2nd and 3rd universes did not have any rank 7 supreme treasures. Just as Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' thoughts were racing, I didn't expect you humans to have a rank 7 offensive supreme treasure other than Tidal Wave's palace. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's huge body was entrenched in the starry sky as he looked down at Tao Lord Nine Firmaments in the distance. His voice pierced through time and space, resounding throughout the entire starry sky. It seems that Jiangxi must have obtained it in the 8 Cloud Ruins. Haha, just like Tidal Wave's palace, this supreme treasure belongs to the demons. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend laughed loudly. Juntian Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land had lost 15 rank 7 supreme treasures in the battle to intercept Jiangxi. They were the only ones who knew about this. The 2 sacred lands did not intend to spread this news. After all, this concerned the sacred land's reputation. In addition, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend did not participate in the battle at the 8 Cloud Ruins at all. Therefore, he still did not know that Jiangxi had brought those rank 7 supreme treasures to the humans. Chapter 632. In the dark and desolate starry sky, Empyrean myriad demon's massive body seemed to be the only thing left. He looked down at Tao Lord 9 firmaments in the distance with a ferocious aura. Tao Lord 9 firmaments, I know that you can possess the combat strength of a Tao Lord without the help of an ultimate treasure, but so what? The laws of the primal universe suppress me and you. Even if you have a Tier 7 ultimate treasure, you're at most a Tao Lord. I'm different. My armor can block all of your attacks. No matter what you do, you won't be able to hurt me. Empyrean myriad demons' laughter echoed throughout the starry sky. The expressions of the human experts, led by Tao Lord 9 firmaments, turned grim. Master, his armor isn't Tier 7. It's Tier 8. Jiang Xi's expression turned even more solemn. Others couldn't tell the difference between a Tier 7 ultimate treasure and a Tier 8 ultimate treasure, but he had already memorized all the information of the 8 Clouds legacy. He could recognize the armor's grade at a glance. Tier 8. Tao Lord 9 firmament's expression changed drastically. Tier 8 ultimate treasure, how is that possible? Even the 2 holy lands of the Chaos Sea don't have a Tier 8 ultimate treasure. How can the demons have one? The other human Tao Lords were shocked as well. Change the battle plan. Tao Lord 9 firmaments took a deep breath. He transmitted to Jiang Xi and the others with his spiritual consciousness. In the primal universe, it's impossible to kill Empyrean experts. Our target isn't the Empyreans, but the Tao Lords. I'll hold Empyrean myriad demon back. You guys deal with the demon Tao Lords. After saying that, Tao Lord 9 firmaments attacked again. He teleported and sent out another palm strike. The massive universe in the palm, enhanced by the violet gold glove, reached the limits of the primal universe. Boom! This palm strike hit Empyrean myriad demon's massive body once more. Although it couldn't hurt him, it was enough to hold him back. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Empyrean myriad demon laughed loudly. 10 tails of various forms swept across the starry sky. Space-time distorted and the starry sky shattered. Terrifying power indiscriminately attacked the human experts. Kill, kill, kill. At the same time, Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Soulsword, Tao Lord Everwall, and the other human experts didn't dodge. Instead, they all unleashed their secret arts and locked onto the monster Tao Lords atop Empyrean many monsters' head. Haha. Monsters, let's go. Attack. Exterminate all of these humans. Empyrean myriad monster ordered. The Tao Lords who had been waiting for the right moment immediately grew excited upon hearing this order. Yes, Sky Sovereign, let's go all out and destroy the human race. I've been waiting for this moment. Why is the human race the strongest race in the 4th universe? After this battle, the demon race will be the strongest race in the 4th universe. Kill, 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 kill all humans. The Tao Lords of the dire monster race all roared and howled. They all had different bloodlines and different appearances, and they represented different factions within the dire monster race. A total of 15 Tao Lords teleported at the same time and charged towards Jiang Xi and the other human experts. 7th tier Supreme Treasure, unleash your power. Tao Lord Eater, Tao Lord Goldwolf, Tao Lord Skyfox, and Tao Lord Tao Tai were the first to attack. 1000 Heart Vine, Golden Wolf howls at the moon. 8 Diagram Hellfrost, Heaven Devouring Flames. Instantly, the 4 supreme treasures in the form of vines, giant claws, formation diagrams, and blazing flames released tremendous power under the control of the 4 Tao Lords. Every attack had reached the limit of a Tao Lord. If not for the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the primal universe, the power of these attacks would probably have reached the heavenly venerable level. 7th tier Offensive Supreme Treasure. How can the dire monsters have so many 7th tier Supreme Treasures? Jiang Xi and the others were shocked. No, there's more. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense swept across the Tao Lords one by one. Given his ability to identify supreme treasures, he immediately sensed the aura of 7th tier Supreme Treasures on the other 6 Tao Lord. 3 were Armor Supreme Treasures, 3 were Essence Soul Supreme Treasures, and 4 were Offensive Supreme Treasures. The dire monsters had revealed a total of 10 7th tier Supreme Treasures. There are actually so many of them. River Word was bewildered. He knew how precious 7th tier Supreme Treasures were. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the two Holy Land universes had the ability to take out so many 7th-tier supreme treasures at once, but this time, the Dire Monsters had an 8th-tier supreme treasure, which even the Holy Land universes couldn't take out. What's going on? What's hidden behind all this? Jiang Xi's mind raced, but he couldn't find an answer. Could it be the upper realm? This thought flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. However, the current situation didn't allow him to continue thinking about it. Downlord Shemion, Downlord Golden Wolf, Downlord Skyfox, and Downlord Taotia's attacks were approaching. Senior brother Chang Yuan, stop them. Jiang Xi looked at Downlord Chang Yuan beside him. Downlord Nine Clouds was fighting Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon, so the command of this battle fell to Jiang Xi. With his strength, none of the Downlords of the human race were dissatisfied. Open! Downlord Chang Yuan shouted. All of a sudden, strands of golden light rose from the armor he was wearing. Then, these strands of golden light quickly changed and condensed into a golden transparent bell, which just happened to cover all of them. Clang! Clang! Massive rumbling sounds filled the starry sky, and the starry sky within 100 light-years exploded. Spatial fragments surged out in all directions, creating chaotic streams of space. As for Jiang Xi and the others inside the Golden Bell, they were completely unharmed. 7th-tier Supreme Treasure Armor, Gold Bell Armor. You humans have another 7th-tier Supreme Treasure? Downlord Golden Wolf was shocked. Heavenly Venerable, another 7th-tier Supreme Treasure. Downlord Shemion hurriedly sent a spiritual message. Where did the humans get so many 7th-tier Supreme Treasures? Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon immediately noticed the situation and exclaimed in shock. Seize them. Seize all of these 7th-tier Supreme Treasures. The Palace of Tidal Waves, the Violet Gold Gauntlet, and this Golden Bell. Seize them all. He ordered the monster Downlords once more. At the same time, he roared at Downlord Nine Firmaments, who was still fighting him. Downlord Nine Firmaments, get the hell out of my way. Chmph. Just wait and see your clansmen get slaughtered. Downlord Nine Firmaments sneered as he struck out with both palms, using the 7th-tier secret technique, Universe Palm. Blocked by the pair of violet gold palms, Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon's enormous body found it very difficult to approach Jiang Xi's battlefield. On the other side, Jiang Xi and the others were able to withstand the attacks of the monster race under the protection of Downlord Chang Yuan's 7th-tier Supreme Treasure, Gold Bell Armor. However, the monster Downlords had already gone mad. They had been filled with confidence when they had 10 7th-tier Supreme Treasures. Now that they saw that the humans had 3 7th-tier Supreme Treasures as well, their eyes shone with a greedy light. Kill. The 10 monster Downlords with 7th-tier Supreme Treasures stood at the very front and attacked at the same time. One powerful secret technique after another condensed. Some targeted the body, some targeted the essence spirit. Saber light and sword shadows. However, Jiang Xi and the others would not allow the monster Downlords to attack so easily this time. Jiang Xi, it's up to you now. Downlord Sword 1, Downlord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts turned to look at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi smiled gently. Standing in the void, he spread his arms and said softly, Mountain Sea Spacetime, descend. Boom. An enormous world of spacetime instantly descended. The dark starry sky was instantly filled with world projections of mountains, seas, stars, and continents. These world projections merged with the spacetime, forming an extremely powerful binding force. With a terrifying might, it directly imprisoned the 15 monster Downlords on the spot. Before their attacks could take form, they were interrupted. At that moment, Jiang Xi's Mountain Sea Spacetime was an invincible existence. Apart from Heavenly Venerables who could break through the shackles of this spacetime domain, the other monster Downlords had to rely on the power of their supreme treasures to possess the combat strength of a Downlord. Now that these monster Downlords were imprisoned by the Mountain Sea Spacetime, they could not break through the shackles instantly. Even if they were imprisoned for 1/10,000th of a second, it was enough for Jiang Xi and the others to attack. Furthermore, the time was not that short. Downlord Devourer, Downlord Golden Wolf, Downlord Heavenly Fox, Downlord Daotai, and the other monster experts immediately panicked with fear in their eyes. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. In the distance, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon suddenly roared furiously. He had also noticed the situation here and realized that the experts of his race were in danger. At that moment, he finally understood why Tao Lord Nine Firmaments would say that they should wait to be slaughtered. Earlier on, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon did not take those words to heart and only thought that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was angry. However, he did not expect it to be true. Tao Lord Mountain Sea's spacetime domain was actually this strong. This is the true limit of a Tao Lord. The size of his grotto heaven world must far exceed that of other Tao Lords. That's why he's able to release such a powerful spacetime domain. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's eyes shone fiercely. As a Heavenly Venerate expert, he had taken many detours on the path of a Tao Lord. Naturally, he knew that there was a limit to a Tao Lord's grotto heaven world. Under normal circumstances, a cosmic Tao Lord's grotto heaven world could only reach a diameter of 900 million light-years. In reality, that was not the true limit. If there was a special method that could break through the limit of 900 million light-years, the grotto heaven world would expand once more and its strength would increase as well. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea must have done that. My race's Tao Lord is in danger. Get lost. Get lost. His massive body charged forward, wanting to break free from Tao Lord Nine Firmament's obstruction and head to the other side of the battlefield to break through Jiang Xi's spacetime domain. Heavenly Venerate. Patriarch, save me. The 15 demon Tao Lords were all using their spirit senses to ask for help. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would not be any weaker than the humans. But who knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea's spacetime domain would be so strong? This way, they would not be able to use the advantage of their Tier 7 Supreme Treasures and would be at a complete disadvantage. They would even be facing a life-and-death crisis. Roar. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. He broke through Tao Lord Nine Firmament's universe palm once more and his body rapidly shrank. From a light-year in size, he became a massive beast that was only 100,000 kilometers long. Previously, he had grown so large because he wanted to suppress all the experts in this human team with his own strength. Then, he would have the 15 demon Tao Lords join forces to wipe out the humans. But reality gave him a hard slap in the face. The hidden methods of this human team of Tao Lords were not inferior to theirs at all. In fact, they were even stronger. A single Tao Lord of the mountains and seas had destroyed all of their trump cards. Swoosh. After shrinking, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's speed immediately soared and he broke through Tao Lord Nine Firmament's obstruction. So this is a Heavenly Venerate expert. Tao Lord Nine Firmament sighed inwardly. Even with the restrictions of the primal universe's laws, Heavenly Venerates were not so easy to deal with. Boom. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon instantly arrived at the battlefield between Jiang Xi and the demon Tao Lords. Break. He roared and set off a terrifying spacetime wave. In an instant, he disintegrated Jiang Xi's Mountain Sea spacetime. Although it sounded long, given their speed, the entire process lasted for less than a millionth of a second. It happened almost instantaneously. Jiang Xi had just used the Mountain Sea spacetime when Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon broke through it. Too fast. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Sword One, Tao Lord Long Wall, and the others looked at each other helplessly. After all, the person in front of them was a second-step Heavenly Venerate, one of the top experts in the entire Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's powerful attack changed the situation. After breaking through the Mountain Sea spacetime, he hovered in the starry sky, protecting the 15 demon Tao Lords behind him. Humans, I've underestimated you. The eyes on Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's 9 heads were filled with coldness. However, your team doesn't have a Heavenly Venerate expert. The control of the battle is now in my hands. Now, I've decided to get rid of you one by one. You're the first. The 18 eyes on the 9 ferocious heads were all focused on Jiang Xi. Whoosh. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon moved at a terrifying speed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Xi roared and slashed out with the longsword in his hand. Whoosh. A seemingly illusory green ray of light appeared in midair, flashing and disappearing like a dream. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained an endless amount of vitality. In an instant, the entire void was covered by these endless green rays of light, turning into a world of vitality. Boom! In the end, a green sword light seemed to destroy the world, instantly annihilating the world full of vitality. All of this happened in a flash. It was extremely short. However, the entire process seemed to have gone through a reincarnation cycle, from birth to death. Life reincarnation. This was the first time the rank 7 secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword scripture of the heavenly Tao, was used in actual combat. Rumble. The green sword light directly collided with Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's body, erupting with a terrifying shockwave that swept over an area of hundreds of light-years. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon was sent flying, and Jiang Ci was also pushed back by the shockwave. If we were in the Chaos Sea, you wouldn't be my match. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared angrily. Attack with all your strength and kill the humans. He ordered the Demon Tao Lords again. Yes. Yes, Heavenly Venerate. Die. The Demon Tao Lords behind Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon also attacked. In an instant, all kinds of secret techniques condensed again. Some were the roars of mutated beasts, some were essence soul attacks, and some were transformed into sabers and swords that directly slashed over. Among them, the attacks of the 10 Demon Tao Lords were obviously stronger, attacking all the human experts at the same time. Universe in the palm. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments also rushed over. He slapped out with his palm, covering Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and the 15 Demon Tao Lords, wanting to affect their attacks. Mountain Sea Spacetime. Jiang Ci growled, and the incomparably realistic world projection descended once again, attacking the demon experts with powerful restrictions and pressure. Break. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. The energy in his body surged wildly, and the surrounding spacetime also distorted and shook. The powerful energy attacked again and again, directly suppressing the universe and the Mountain Sea spacetime. This time, the 15 Demon Tao Lords were not affected at all. Boom. 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 Their various attacks covered the starry sky where the human experts were almost simultaneously. Haha, all of you, die. Without a Heavenly Venerate expert, you still want to fight us? Humans, you're dead meat. The Demon Tao Lords attacked with all their strength again and again. With Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon blocking in front, they were fearless and did not have to worry about being imprisoned by the spacetime domain. Whoosh! Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's 10 tails danced wildly, instantly becoming trillions of kilometers long and covering the entire void. For a time, the spacetime of the dark starry sky was thrown into chaos, and it also disrupted the human experts' formation and rhythm, at the same time, within the Skyspan Mountains river diagram. Although the battle was ongoing, the Human Tao Lord Conference did not disperse. Everyone was gathered here to discuss the situation of the battle. Given the strength of a Tao Lord, splitting a strand of spiritual consciousness here would not affect the battle. We've already clashed with the Ghost Tao Lords. Just like the demons, they also have 1 Tier 8 Cardinal Treasure and 10 Tier 7 Cardinal Treasures, Ming Zun said in a low voice. It seems that there really is a huge conspiracy behind this. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had a solemn expression. No matter what, let's deal with this enemy first. Ming Zun said. Millimeter. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. Master, it's time for us to make our move. After probing for so long, we should have more or less figured out what they're hiding, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Yes, let's make our move. We haven't even made our move yet. Tao Lord Soulsword, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts all began to laugh as well, filled with eagerness. They all had Tier 7 Cardinal Treasures, but they hadn't unleashed the power of their Tier 7 Cardinal Treasures in their earlier battle against the demons. Me too. Jiang Ci grinned. Earlier, he had only used a supportive technique. In terms of offense, he had only used a single attack, lifespan cycle. It wasn't his most powerful attack either. Thus far, their squad had yet to unleash their full combat power. This was because everyone had predicted long ago that this war between the races would be very strange and that there was something hidden behind it. Thus, they had come up with a strategy to counter it. They would first feign weakness, then figure out the situation before attacking with all their might. And now, the time had come. Let's begin. Cripple them. Let the demons regret this. Kill. 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 Tao Lord Soulsword, Tao Lord Soulsword, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts were all unable to hold themselves back. Off to the side, Ming Zun's squad exchanged glances and smiled, their eyes filled with a strong desire to do battle. 9 firmaments and the others are about to go all out. We can't just sit around and do nothing. Everyone, let's not hold back anymore. Let's attack with all our might and wipe out the remaining forces of the ghost race. Ming Zun said with a smile, attack first, then change later. Chapter 633. Humans, you will definitely lose this battle. Empyrean myriad demon's voice echoed throughout the starry sky. He was wearing an 8th tier supreme treasure. Although it was an armor-type treasure, the power of the supreme treasure alone was enough to reach the limit of a Tao Lord. His 10 tails were like giant snakes covered in black armor. They danced in the air, disrupting space-time and disrupting the formation and rhythm of Jiang Ci and the other human experts. As for the 15 Tao Lords, they were using all sorts of secret techniques, waiting for an opportunity to kill Jiang Ci and the others. On the surface, the human Tao Lords were dodging the attacks of Empyrean Myriad Demon and the other Tao Lords. But in reality, Jiang Ci, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Tao Lord Sword 1, and the others had already spread out and formed an encirclement. Everyone, are you ready? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments transmitted with his spiritual sense. Haha, I've been waiting for this moment. Cripple them in one fell swoop. Give them a good beating. The human Tao Lords watched as Empyrean Many-Monster and the 15 monstrous Tao Lords wreaked havoc. None of them felt any fear at all. Instead, they felt exceptionally excited. Empyrean Demon Fian's enormous body crushed through the starry skies as he crossed the void. His 10 enormous tails lashed out at River Word, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Tao Lord Soulsword, and the other human experts. The 15 monster Tao Lords surrounded him, simultaneously unleashing all sorts of attacks. All sorts of secret arts came crashing down on him, blotting out the skies. Master, get ready to begin. Jiang Ci's eyes seemed to flicker with excitement. Boom. As Jiang Ci cast his spell, the mountain sea spacetime descended once more. The massive projection of the world combined with this spacetime to form a powerful binding force and pressure, instantly imprisoning all the experts of the demon race. Stop struggling. It's useless. Empyrean Myriad Demon roared. His body trembled slightly as he broke through the mountain sea spacetime. That's enough. Jiang Ci did not care. His goal in using the spacetime domain was to interrupt this wave of attacks from the Tao Lords. It was enough to stop Empyrean Myriad Demon's attacks for even a millionth of a second. Kill. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Tao Lord Soulsword, Tao Lord Everwall, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts all attacked. Universe in the palm. Heaven-splitting sword. Sword master heaven and earth. Emperor descends to the heavens. One powerful secret art after another struck out towards Empyrean Demon Fiend, every single one of them having the combat power of a supreme Tao Lord. This squad of human Tao Lords only had 8 7th-tier supreme treasures. Everyone else, however, had 2 or 3 6th-tier supreme treasures. Given that, their combat power was still at the very limits of power for Tao Lords. Almost at the same time, these mystic technique attacks enveloped Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon, whose body had shrunk to 100,000 kilometers long. Boom 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 boom. A terrifying power erupted, causing the starry skies to collapse. It even pierced through the barriers of the universe, causing the chaotic grey fog to pour out in torrents. Empyrean Demon Fiend was knocked flying by the attacks of so many supreme Tao Lords. Impossible. Where did you get so many 7th-tier supreme treasures? 6th-tier supreme treasure. There are still 6th-tier supreme treasures. Empyrean Demon Fiend roared. It was fine if these humans didn't go all out, but when they did, it was like a thunderbolt, causing him to be both shocked and enraged. Just now, they had crushed the human experts. They thought that they had forced the humans to their limits and that victory was within their grasp. But they didn't expect that these humans had hidden far more tricks up their sleeves than they had imagined. They had a total of 8 7th-tier Supreme Treasures and more than 36th-tier Supreme Treasures. But then, when he was sent flying and saw Jiang Xi attack, he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. It turned out that the most terrifying person in this squad of human experts wasn't Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, but Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Empyrean Demon Fiend swung his 10 tails, trying his best to neutralize the attacks of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and the others. He wanted to charge back. However, Jiang Xi had already made his move. While Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and the others focused their attacks on Empyrean Demon Fiend, he pointed his longsword at the other Tao Lords. He slashed out with his sword. Sword light lit up, instantly slicing through the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded, converging into a giant black and white sphere. Countless sword lights with a destructive aura were compressed within the black and white sphere. The black and white sphere was like a miniature universe that enveloped the 15 Tao Lords. Not good. This is, break. Break it. The Tao Lords panicked. They could sense the aura of death descending and wanted to break the black and white sphere. However, Jiang Xi wouldn't give them the chance to do so. Mountain Sea Spacetime. At the same time, Jiang Xi used his powerful spacetime domain to imprison all the Tao Lords. Right at that moment, poof, the black and white sphere suddenly exploded like a bubble. A dazzling sword light flashed and disappeared. Destruction and rebirth. It was the third stance of the Rank 7 secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Tao Scroll. Jiang Xi's strongest move was used in actual combat for the first time. The black and white sphere exploded. Although the 15 Tao Lords saw the dark starry sky again, Kai La, however, the extremely dazzling sword light had already passed through the bodies of every Tao Lord of the demon clan. It cut through the void and seemed to have left an indelible mark in the fourth universe. You killed a desolate level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +1. You killed a flood level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +3. You killed a desolate level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +1. No. Fear, pain, anger, and so on. All sorts of furious roars came from the mouths of the Tao Lords. They looked at Jiang Xi in disbelief. The other experts in the outside world might not know what was going on in the black and white sphere, but they knew very well how terrifying that sword strike was. That sword strike first swept past the strongest Tao Lord Food Fiend, causing more than 20% of his indestructible substance to be instantly destroyed. One had to know that Tao Lord Food Fiend was wearing a grade 7 armor treasure. Even if Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon personally attacked, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than Jiang Xi. Moreover, the damage caused by that sword strike was not limited to that. Immediately after, it swept past some of the weaker Tao Lords Cold Light and Xian Fang. In an instant, 6 of the 15 Tao Lords died and 6 were seriously injured. The remaining 3 had grade 7 armor treasures and were only lightly injured. If there are a few more strikes, won't we all be wiped out by him? Even Tao Lord Nine Firmaments isn't that terrifying. That sword strike is too powerful. When the sword light swept past me, it seemed like my grade 7 armor treasure was weakened by half. It directly destroyed nearly 30% of my indestructible substance. Too terrifying. Quick, escape from this place. Retreat, retreat. The remaining 9 Tao Lords were terrified. However, Jiang Xi was not satisfied with this sword strike. He shook his head. The suppression of the primal universe is too strong. If it was in the Chaos Sea, those 6 who were seriously injured would probably have died. Only the 3 monstrous Tao Lords who had 7th grade armor treasures would be able to survive this attack. If one strike isn't enough, I'll use 2. Jiang Xi's gaze was sharp and his killing intent was about to pour out. At that moment, the remaining 9 Tao Lords had already scattered and fled. They no longer had the will to continue fighting. Everyone was an existence with endless lifespans and did not want to die just like that. Can you escape? With a thought, Jiang Xi caused the Mountain Sea spacetime to descend once more. The enormous Heartworld projection carried with it an aura of infinite power that bound the Tao Lords. Run! Heavenly Venerable, save us! Patriarch! The Tao Lords were terrified and their hearts were filled with hatred and confusion. They did not understand how this Tao Lord Mountain Sea could be so powerful. Weren't the laws of the primal universe the limit of Tao Lords? If Jiang Ci knew of their doubts, he would only scoff. This was because the limit of Tao Lords they knew was only the limit of attack power and not the true limit. In other aspects, such as the body, primordial spirit, grotto heaven world, and so on, only when all these reached the limits of the primal universe could one be considered the true limit of Tao Lord. It could be said that in the entire Chaos Sea, even Jiang Ci himself had not reached the true limit of Tao Lords. This was because his grotto heaven world was still far from the limit of 10 billion light-years in diameter. At that time, he would be the true limit of Tao Lords. Even so, Jiang Ci's spacetime domain through his grotto heaven world was enough to crush these Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon roared from afar. However, many human experts led by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had joined forces to stop him, preventing him from interfering in the battle. Jiang Ci glanced from afar and waved the long sword in his hand lightly. Although it was only a grade 6 offensive treasure, it was enough for his attack to reach the limits of the primal universe. Whoosh! Endless sword light whistled and condensed into a black and white sphere. Like a miniature universe, it enveloped the remaining 9 Tao Lords. No! Stop it! Stop it! The stronger monstrous Tao Lords did their best to try and stop him. However, Kai La. The black and white sphere exploded, producing a soul-stirring resplendent sword light that swept past the Tao Lords. You killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP +3, you killed an Eon-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP +6, you killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP +3. Instantly, the 6 severely injured Tao Lords lost their lives and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Humans, you deserve to die. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon, who was blocked by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others, was enraged when he saw this scene. He roared. This time, it was Great Sky Supreme who took the initiative to find him and provide him with help, asking them to destroy the human race. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon was naturally willing to accept such a beneficial cooperation because he also wanted to obtain some information about the 8 Clouds legacy from Tao Lord Mountain Sea. But he did not expect that they would be destroyed by the humans instead. They lost a total of 12 Tao Lords. Although the demons were still the peak race of the 4th universe with him around, they would definitely be suppressed by the humans in the future. Damn it! Humans. The remaining 3 demon experts who possessed grade 7 armor cardinal treasures, Tao Lord Devourer, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, and Tao Lord Heavenly Fox, were furious and heartbroken apart from fear. That was because not only did Jiang Ci kill their Tao Lords, but he also took away 7 other offensive and essence spirit grade 7 cardinal treasures. How could they not feel heartache and anger? Let's go. Retreat. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon roared angrily, filled with indignation. He led the remaining 3 Tao Lords of his race and teleported away from the desolate starry sky. He did not dare to continue fighting because if he did, all the Tao Lords of his demon race might be gone. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the other human experts did not chase after them. Compared to the demons who fled in panic, they were naturally very carefree and laughed heartily. We've achieved our basic goal. It's very difficult to kill the remaining Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon and the 3 Tao Lords, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a smile. For countless eras, it's very rare for a Tao Lord to die in the 4th universe. But today, we humans killed 12 Tao Lords of the demon race. Once the news spreads, no matter what conspiracy is behind this battle, it'll be able to intimidate those who are itching to make a move. Tao Lord Sword 1 nodded. Tao Lord Long Wall, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the others also laughed and turned their gazes to Jiang Ci. The primal universe was not like the Chaos Sea. The Heaven-Earth laws here only allowed peak combat strength of Tao Lords. Therefore, it was very rare for a Tao Lord to die in the long years. However, Jiang Ci's appearance broke this rule. Over the past 100,000 years, The alien Tao Lords of the fourth universe had died in his hands one after another. Not to mention, in the battle outside the Eight Cloud Ruins, he and Ming Zun had joined forces and killed nearly 1,000 Tao Lords of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. From this point of view, Jiang Ci had become a Tao Lord Terminator. This battle is just the beginning of the race war. No matter what the final outcome is, we have to do our best from the beginning. Jiang Ci thought silently. Therefore, this battle is a battle of intimidation. We have to unleash our strength and cripple the two peak races, the demon race and the ghost race, so that the other factions in the fourth universe will hesitate and not be in a hurry to attack. Jiang Ci knew very well that no matter what conspiracy was behind this, it had to be related to the Eight Cloud inheritance. Such a powerful and precious inheritance would definitely attract the covetous eyes of various factions. The humans would not only have to face the demon race and the ghost race. One had to know that the experts in the fourth universe were not only from the three peak races. Apart from not having any heavenly venerables, some of the top races' strength at the Tao Lord level was actually similar to that of the peak races. In addition, those heavenly venerables were definitely watching this battle. Once the humans showed signs of weakness in the battle just now, those experts and sects who were secretly watching from the sidelines would secretly watch. Then, those forces and lone wolves who were spying in the dark would swarm over and divide the spoils of war, snatch the heritage of the human clan, and snatch the inheritance of Eight Cloud. Since the human race's performance in the battle was so terrifying, those forces and experts in the dark would definitely continue to observe. This was the result that the three powerhouses of the human race, led by Tomorrow Venerable, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, and Jiang Ci, were looking forward to when they deployed this battle. As long as the humans were given a certain amount of time, a certain amount of breathing space, then anything was possible in the future. After all, Jiang Ci had already imparted the process of breaking through from Tao Lord to Heavenly Venerate to every human Tao Lord. Perhaps at this critical moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shazuan, and the other universe Tao Lords would break through. Once they broke through to become Heavenly Venerates, the human race would become even stronger. When my true body refines Mount Shenhuang, I'll be able to break through to the Tao Lord realm. At that time, the current situation of our race will also change. Jiang Ci thought to himself. First released, then changed. Chapter 634. Within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the Tao Lords of the human race communicated the results of the two battlefields through the spirit bodies they left behind. It's a pity that we don't have a killer weapon like Jiang Ci in our team. We only killed 6 ghost Tao Lords, Venerable Ming Ming said with a smile. In front of the huge stone table, everyone was speechless for a moment. They looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, if Venerable Ming's humble words were heard by the ghost and demon race, their essence souls would probably disintegrate from anger. In the original universe, it was already very rare to kill a Tao Lord. Killing 6 of them at once was something that he would never have dared to think about in the past. However, although we've won the first battle, it's not time for us to relax yet. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said slowly with a solemn expression. Yes, we have to cultivate harder. The danger is not over yet. We have to be extra careful. If we survive this, our human race will become even stronger. The human experts present were all filled with a sense of urgency. From the human race in the second and third universes being almost wiped out to the demons and ghost race suddenly joining forces to attack the humans in the fourth universe. Behind this series of events, there seemed to be a huge hand controlling everything. Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming Ming, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, and the other human experts believed that even if the demons and ghost race were crippled, things would not end so simply. In the fourth universe, the demons and ghost race were not the only ones that could threaten the human race. After all, the heaven-earth laws of the original universe limited the combat strength of Tao Lords. Even if some top races did not have heavenly venerables, their strength at the Tao Lord level was not inferior to the top races. For example, the top race close to the human race, the gold race. The patriarch of this race, Tao Lord Qi Long, was a top universe realm Tao Lord and was also one of the top experts in the fourth universe. Furthermore, The number of Dao Lords in this race had reached 10. In addition, apart from those top races, there were also heavenly venerables who wanted to take a share of the profits from the human race. Perhaps they did not have the goal of destroying the human race. Instead, they were here for the Eight Clouds legacy and wanted to seize the opportunity to cultivate to eternity. However, as long as they made a move, it would be enough to bring about a devastating blow to the human race. Among the lone Celestial Venerables, only Senior Qing Shi and Celestial Venerable Liu have a good relationship with me. However, in front of the Eternal, I don't know if these friendships are reliable. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. In the face of such a great opportunity, it was hard to say what their personal relationship would be. No matter what Senior Qing Shi's goal is, he has a deep relationship with our Earth lineage after all, and he has always been protecting Jiang Dudu. If he needs a way to cultivate to the Eternal Realm, I can give him a portion of the inheritance information. Perhaps he can help the human race. River Word calculated in his heart. In addition to Purple Firmament Empyrean, who was permanently suppressed, there were a total of 11 Empyrean powerhouses in Universe 4. Each of the 3 pinnacle races had one, while the other 8 were lone travelers. However, to really calculate, the one that Jiang Xi could not see through the most was Empyrean Bluestone. It seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qing Shi's figure had appeared more or less in everything that had happened on Earth. To be precise, it seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qing Shi's existence could be found in the trajectory of his growth. No matter what, Senior Qing Shi has not shown any malice toward me or Jiang Dudu. From the current situation, he is trustworthy. Jiang Xi thought. At the same time, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yang Du's spiritual consciousness gathered again in a silent void, turning into a giant beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads, and 10 tails, and a green-faced, red-gold ghost with fangs. This time, the Empyreans of the 2 pinnacle races were silent. The atmosphere was very gloomy, and there was anger that they wanted to vent but had nowhere to vent. Compared to the lone Celestial Venerables, they had the ties of their races, so they usually had a lot of considerations when doing things. If they were the kind of loners with no ties, then they wouldn't have cared about this loss at all. The demon tribe has suffered heavy losses. Empyrean Myriad Demon's voice was hoarse. The same goes for the Ghost tribe. I still don't understand why the humans have so many 7th grade Supreme Treasures and 6th grade Supreme Treasures. Empyrean Yang Du gritted his teeth. They should have obtained it from the 8 Clouds inheritance. We were too careless. We thought that with the support of the Great Sky Sacred Land, we could crush the humans. Who would have thought? Empyrean Myriad Demon's tone was very bitter originally. We thought that with the many 7th grade Supreme Treasures and the 2 8th grade Supreme Treasures, we would be able to destroy the upper echelons of the humans in one fell swoop. Now, it seems that the strength of our 2 races alone is far from enough. We have to rely on the top races that are subordinate to our races, Empyrean Yang Du said in a low voice. It's impossible to make those top races fight to the death without benefit. Empyrean Myriad Demon snorted coldly. There's no other way. At most, we can give them some information about the 8 Clouds inheritance after we destroy the humans. The top races do not have Empyreans, so even if they have many Dao Lords, they will be easy to control. The most important thing now is to destroy the humans. Otherwise, if they use the 8 Clouds inheritance to cultivate more Dao Lords and Empyrean powerhouses, we will have no chance. That's all we can do. The monsters and ghosts each had their own subordinate races, forming 2 major factions. Of course, the humans had their own subordinate races as well. For example, the Dao Alliance was essentially a faction with the humans at its core. However, this was only the beginning stages of this war, so the 3 peak races had yet to mobilize the power of their subordinate races. This was because those who could participate in this war would first have to be the Dao Lords of their subordinate races. However, those Dao Lords were no fools. They would not be willing to be cannon fodder. If there were no benefits, they would not take the risk at all. In the beginning, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yang Du had thought that victory was in their hands. After they destroyed the humans, there was no need to share the benefits with their subordinate races. However, The results of this war forced the two Empyreans to change their plans. They immediately began to rope in the top races with Tao Lords. Their attempts to rope in those races quickly received a response. For example, on the side of the monsters, the top races that were originally subordinate to the monsters sent a representative to speak with Empyrean Myriad Demon. Empyrean Myriad Demon, the results of this war have already spread. That human is extremely strong. As for us, many of the top races only have 1 or 2 or 3 Tao Lords. No matter who dies, it will be a disaster for that race. We have no choice but to be cautious. Thus, if you want us to participate in this war, you have to agree to 4 conditions. Speak, Empyrean Myriad Demon said. First, if we participate in this war, we have to stay together. We cannot be separated. Second, if any of us die, the monsters have to treat their race well. Their race's territory cannot be reduced, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere with their race's development. Third, after the war ends, if you are able to acquire the 8 Clouds legacy from the humans, we don't ask for much. We only ask for the legacy and cultivation insights of an Empyrean. Fourth, if the monsters are able to establish a Holy Land universe in the future, they have to leave 10% of the space for us, the top races that are subordinate to them. Clearly, these subordinate races had long since communicated with each other. They had carefully considered the conditions they offered, and none of them had been greedy enough to ask for too much. For example, they only asked for the inheritance of an Empyrean powerhouse. For them, as long as their race could produce an Empyrean powerhouse, then their race would have the foundation to become a top race. I can agree to these conditions, Empyrean Myriad Demon agreed after thinking for a while. On the other side, the Ghost race tried to rope in their subordinate races, but the response they received was similar. In short, the second action of the 2 pinnacle races caused many of the top races in Universe 4 to join this unprecedented race war. In the human race's territory, there were tens of billions of humans living on an ordinary planet with life. Above the planet's land and sea, there were floating immortal islands. On the ground, there were towering skyscrapers that reached into the clouds. A technological civilization and a cultivation civilization were perfectly combined. At this moment, on the top floor of a skyscraper, whoosh, a blurry figure gradually condensed into a young man wearing a black and gold robe with long green hair. His face was both male and female, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes glowed, and each light seemed to contain a universe. He waved his hand, and 3 figures appeared behind him. One was a rock lifeform as tall as a mountain, one was a cute little yellow beast, and the last was a strange lifeform whose entire body was covered in flames. They faintly emitted the aura of a Tao Lord. Patriarch. The 3 Tao Lords bowed respectfully towards him. Let's stay on this planet for the time being, the young man said softly this time. The monster race suffered a great loss, and the ghost race also suffered heavy losses. Next, these 2 races will definitely do their best to rope in those top races. Then, they will regroup and start an even greater race war. However, with so many races, it should take some time to integrate. And those lone Empyrean powerhouses who were originally ready to make a move in the dark will probably hesitate after this battle. This way, the human race will have a chance to catch their breath. The young man seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to his 3 subordinates. In the end, he shook his head. They are really a plate of loose sand. The root of the problem is that they still lack a backbone. In the entire 4th universe, the combined forces of the 3 supreme races couldn't compare to the lone Empyrean powerhouses by much. As for the lone Empyrean powerhouses, they naturally had their own plans in the face of this sudden storm. However, the power and resources that the human race had displayed had intimidated the lone Empyrean powerhouses, causing them to hesitate. The human territory. The Tao Alliance's heavenly court. The Tao Lord Palace. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and Tao Lord Long Wall were drinking wine and chatting within the palace. More than a month had passed since the previous battle. The other human powerhouses were all in secluded cultivation. Only the 3 of them were left to oversee their races. The monster race and the ghost race still haven't made a move, Tao Lord Mi Luo said in a low voice. Tao Lord Mi Luo said solemnly, These two races were the ones who started this war. I refuse to believe that they'll give up so easily. Given the way Empyrean All-Monster and Empyrean Yang do things, they're definitely up to something. Their races have just suffered a heavy blow. They probably don't want to be so rash. Instead, they want to be more stable, so as to not let the other top races benefit, Jiang Ci said softly. Top races. Dao-Lord Longwall frowned slightly. It's not just the other races. Those lone Empyrean powerhouses are also a force capable of influencing the course of this war. Jiang Ci voiced his previous worries. Empyrean Violet Firmament told us that according to his surveillance, no less than 5 Empyrean powerhouses have already secretly entered the human territory. However, they haven't caused much of a stir. Most likely, they're all lone Empyreans. Lone Empyrean powerhouses. A hint of wariness flashed through the eyes of Dao-Lord Luo and Dao-Lord Longwall. They weren't so arrogant as to think that just because they had a 7th-ranked supreme treasure, they could challenge Empyrean powerhouses. To Dao-Lords, any single Empyrean was an extremely terrifying existence. However, the current situation isn't too bad. The results of the previous battle have improved our race's situation considerably. Quite a few races have already taken the initiative to join us, Jiang Ci said with a smile. That's right. Aside from the ordinary races, all of the supreme races that have joined us have at least one Dao-Lord. Their total number of Dao-Lords is close to 100. Dao-Lord Luo laughed as well. I hope there will be more and more of them. Dao-Lord Longwall nodded. Prior to the first battle, even the Dao-Lords of the vassal races of the Dao Alliance were extremely crafty and wouldn't easily risk their lives for the sake of the human race. They were worried that the human race wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the other two supreme races. Naturally, they weren't willing to throw their lives away. Thus, at the very beginning, the human race hadn't even bothered to invite the Dao-Lords of their vassal races. Now, however, things were different. The human race's first great victory had given the vassal races of the Dao Alliance a reassurance, allowing them to see the true strength of the human race. Now, if we count the Dao-Lords of the Dao Alliance as well as the 100 or so new Dao-Lords who have joined us, we'll be able to deal with them. Even if the Monster Alliance and the Ghost Alliance are able to rope in a large number of supreme races, we'll still have a fighting chance. The only thing I'm worried about is those lone Empyrean powerhouses. If they act against the human race as well, the situation will be very bad, Jiang Ci said softly. Dao-Lord Luo and Dao-Lord Longwall frowned as well. This was a major problem. More than a month had passed since the conclusion of the first battle, but not a single lone Empyrean had been willing to join the human alliance. In the primal universe, Empyreans were experts who were capable of holding their own. If the human race only had a single Empyrean, while the enemy had 8 or 10, the human race would definitely be at a major disadvantage. The enemy would only need to send out a single Empyrean to tie down Empyrean, allowing the other Empyreans to attack with impunity and deal a heavy blow to the human race, just as Jiang Ci, Dao-Lord Luo, and Dao-Lord Longwall were discussing, eh? Suddenly, Jiang Ci waved his hand and produced an azure stone medallion. Dao-Lord Luo and Dao-Lord Longwall both watched curiously. A look of delight appeared on Jiang Ci's face. He raised his head and said, 7th Senior Apprentice Brother Chang Yuan, I have something I need to do. If I can take care of it, it'll be of tremendous help to us in this war. If there's anything urgent you need, you can send me a message. All right. Hurry up and go, Dao-Lord Luo said with a laugh. It'll be of help to the war between the races. Hurry up and go, Dao-Lord Longwall urged. Jiang Ci nodded. He immediately teleported to the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court's teleportation platform, then teleported back to Earth. A month ago, after the conclusion of that battle, he had contacted Empyrean Bluestone. Now, this mysterious existence had finally replied, requesting to meet him on Earth. Sent first, then changed later. Chapter 635. Earth, Pak Sen Province, Tongtian District. Calculating the time, it was already 43155 of the new moon era. 40,000 years had passed, and Earth had undergone tremendous changes. Only Tongtian district remained the same. At this moment, Jiangxi had returned to Earth through the teleportation formation. He appeared in his villa out of thin air and walked to the backyard of the villa. This was the holy land of Earth's lineage. Naturally, there were many powerful cultivators guarding this place. However, when Jiangxi walked past them, these guards could not see him at all. They could not sense his presence either. Soon, Jiangxi arrived at a garden with the architectural style of the ancient Great Xia. Pavilions, terraces, small bridges, flowing water. In the garden, there were many precious flowers from all over the universe. There were flowers of various shapes and colors. It was like a fairyland. Furthermore, there were various animals and birds that were full of spiritual energy. One could see that Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi was playing with a little bird with golden feathers in the garden. Senior Qing Shi. Jiangxi walked over and bowed respectfully. Your garden is not bad. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi did not even raise his head. He was still bending over and playing with the bird. This should be a layout that was set up by a real master gardener. It looks like it was made by nature. There are no traces of craftsmanship at all. He shook his head in admiration. Then, he said, it's different to have power. You don't even need to give orders. Countless talented beings will help you do things beautifully. Although I'm a high and mighty Heavenly Venerable, I don't have any power. It seems like I have to find a force and become an alliance leader or leader. I'll be satisfied when I'm in that position. Jiangxi continued the conversation. He smiled and said, Senior, if you join the Tao Alliance, your position will definitely. What? You want me to be the leader of the Tao Alliance? Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi interrupted him and said jokingly, you humans are willing to respect me? Jiangxi smiled awkwardly. How was that possible? Humans were a peak race. No peak race would respect an outsider. This was a pride that was carved into their bones. Although Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi usually maintained his human form, Heavenly Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds had told Jiangxi that this mysterious existence was not human. No one knew what kind of bloodline he was from. This was also a mystery thus, if Celestial Exalt Bluestone really did join the Tao Alliance, he would at most be ranked in the top 3. He definitely wouldn't have much actual power. I wouldn't accept it even if you offered it to me. I'm free and unrestrained by myself. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head again. Besides, the human race is in a bad situation right now. Although you've dealt a heavy blow to the demon race and the ghost race, there's an even bigger storm brewing in the dark. I'm not an idiot to join the Tao Alliance at a time like this. It seems that Senior is also paying attention to the recent situation. Jiangxi also stopped smiling. He said seriously, Senior, you're right. Although I've obtained a large number of Grade 6 and Grade 7 supreme treasures in the 8 Cloud Ruins, which have strengthened the foundation and strength of the human race, I've only obtained a few Grade 6 and Grade 7 supreme treasures. However, in the face of so many enemies, we are in urgent need of external help. I wonder if Senior would be willing to join our side. Empyrean Bluestone sat down in a rattan chair at the side and said with a smile, the rise and fall of the human race has nothing to do with me. I can't be bothered to care either. Even if the human race is annihilated, it's fine as long as Jiang Dudu is fine. To be honest, if it weren't for Jiang Dudu, I wouldn't even be bothered to care about you. Dudu? Jiangxi was dumbfounded. Senior, what secret is Dudu hiding? He quickly asked. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. However, for the sake of Jiang Dudu, I can provide you with some information. Senior, please tell me. Jiangxi was immediately energized. First, you can invite Heavenly Venerable Liu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. Among the lone Heavenly Venerables in the 4th universe, they're considered to be more trustworthy. As long as you're willing to take out the information of cultivating to the limit of a Heavenly Venerable, you should be able to invite them. Jiangxi nodded lightly and remembered this in his heart. He had met Heavenly Venerable Liu before. He was a Heavenly Venerable expert who liked to gamble. However, he had never heard of Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. He should be rarely active in the fourth universe. However, since Heavenly Venerable Bluestone took the initiative to recommend him, there should be no problem. Second, the root of this race war is in the upper realm. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said again. Upper realm? Jiang Ci was shocked. He had guessed correctly. When he found out that Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon had a Stage 8 armor treasure, he had this thought, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Now, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had helped him confirm it. Senior, how do you know this? Jiang Ci asked. I have my own channels. You don't have to ask. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. Then, he said seriously, I'm only providing you with these 2 pieces of information this time because of Jiang Dudu. Since the upper realm has already intervened in the power dispute in the Chaos Sea, they must have already started looking for something. In this way, they shouldn't be far from discovering Jiang Dudu. Therefore, you must grow up as soon as possible. Jiang Ci's expression turned cold, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. Although Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't reveal too much information to him, these words seemed to hide a shocking secret. A long time ago, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had said that Jiang Dudu's secret was of great importance and couldn't be exposed. With Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's strength, he was ranked at the top in the entire Chaos Sea. Even Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament and Heavenly Venerable Ming Ming couldn't see through him. Since Jiang Dudu's secret could make Heavenly Venerable Bluestone pay so much attention and be so vigilant, Jiang Ci naturally didn't let down his guard. He had always felt a sense of urgency in his heart. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Dudu's secret was actually related to the upper realm. Was it the astral realm? Or was it a power from the primordial realm? Jiang Ci didn't ask anymore. He knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer. He said respectfully, I'll remember. Thinking about it, he said again, Senior should know that although I obtained the 8 Clouds inheritance, due to the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's Heaven and Earth law, I can only look at the Heavenly Venerable limit inheritances. However, I still know some information about cultivating eternity. It's all in this jade slip. Senior, feel free to take it. As Jiang Ci said that, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip at the same time. However, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't take it. He shook his head and said with a smile, consider yourself considerate. If it was the 8 Clouds core inheritance, I would need it. Unfortunately, you can only provide me with some superficial inheritance information. It's of no help to me. Jiang Ci's heart stirred. He increasingly felt that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was mysterious and unfathomable. One had to know that he hadn't revealed the difference between the core and periphery of the 8 Clouds inheritance to the outside world. However, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was very clear about this point, as if he had long known about the situation of the 8 Clouds inheritance. That's all I have to say. Let's meet again next time. Grow up as soon as possible. In the future, perhaps you can help me. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone smiled. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Riverward still bowed, and then he stood on the spot and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's strength and identity. Although the information I know about cultivating eternity is only a tiny bit, it's enough. If I were to take it out, it would definitely make those Heavenly Venerable powerhouses go crazy. However, in Senior Bluestone's eyes, it's not worth mentioning. From this, I can infer that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone should be at least a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable. I just don't know if he has reached the limits of a Heavenly Venerable. This was a very terrifying strength. This was because in the entire Chaos Sea, there were only about 10 3rd step Heavenly Venerable powerhouses. In terms of identity and origin, Jiang Ci also had a guess. This was because the 2 pieces of information mentioned the upper realm. Although Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't reveal the source of his information, the 2 words upper realm made Jiang Ci think of Qing Shuang's clan, a clan called the Qing Yuan clan. Back then, the 8 Clouds Divine General told him that before the Primordial Realm's army embarked on the final path, they left behind a force in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea to bring up the rear. Jiang Ci learned from the inheritance stones of the 8 Clouds Pavilion that the ones in charge of bringing up the rear were the Heavenly Feather clan and the Qing Yuan clan. However, The heavenly feather divine general later betrayed them, which caused the primordial realm's army to fail in the end. As for the ancestors of the Qing Yuan clan, who knew how many eras ago, they fought a great battle with the upper realm. In the end, the clan's strength plummeted and they disappeared in the long river of time. They only left some traces of their existence in the primordial realm's chaos sea. For example, that battle caused 2 more forbidden lands to appear in the primordial realm's chaos sea, Mount Shenhuang and Goldflow River. There was also that mysterious monitoring space. Qing Shuang, Bluestone, their names are so similar. Perhaps Senior Bluestone is a descendant of the Qing Yuan clan and has survived until now through some means? Jiang Ci finally made a guess, but he still couldn't confirm the answer. He understood that only when his strength met Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's requirements could he get the answer he wanted. Afterward, Jiang Ci didn't alert anyone on Earth and teleported away, returning to the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Lord Mountain Sea. Lord Jiang Ci. Greetings, Tao Lord. Jiang Ci walked between the floating immortal palaces. Wherever he passed, the true monarchs and tribulation transcenders bowed respectfully. Race war. He looked at those magnificent palaces. Although he couldn't see the other Tao lords, he could feel a powerful aura hidden in these palaces. Now, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court was the headquarters of the Tao Alliance. Not only were there more than 20 Tao lords of the human race gathered, but there were also more than 100 Tao lords from other top races. Of these 100 Tao lords, more than 80 were originally from the Tao Alliance's vassals of the human race. As for the remaining 100, they had just joined the Tao Alliance. There were more than 200 Tao lords in total, and they were all preparing for the upcoming war. Jiang Ci. A figure wearing golden armor walked out from the distant Nine Firmaments Palace. It was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' main body. Master. Jiang Ci went forward and bowed respectfully. You came here for something? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked with a smile. In fact, according to the seniority between master and disciple, he didn't have to come out to greet Jiang Ci. It was just that the human race was facing a crisis, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the one who controlled the entire situation. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the one who received the forces that took the initiative to join and organized the powerhouses of the various forces. He came out to greet Jiang Ci out of habit. Moreover, the powerhouses of the human race generally wouldn't come here to disturb Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Since he was here, there must be something. Jiang Ci smiled. There is something good that I came to tell you, Master. Oh. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' interest was piqued. I just received news that Celestial Venerable Liu and Celestial Venerable Lai Shan can be invited. As long as you give them these 2 jade slips and promise that there will be space for them to live in the Holy Land universe that humans establish in the future. As Jiang Ci spoke, he took out 2 jade slips. The information in the jade slips was the method to cultivate to the limits of a celestial venerable. Good, good, good. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was pleasantly surprised. Most lone celestial venerables have eccentric personalities and are difficult to rope in. I was still worrying about how to rope in those lone celestial venerables. I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift. He laughed. By the way, where did you get the news? The personalities of lone celestial venerables are extremely secretive. It's very difficult for others to know, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked again. Celestial Venerable Bluestone told me. Jiang Ci didn't hide it. After all, his current strength and status were different from before. It didn't matter if these secrets were exposed. Who in the human race would dare to cause trouble for him? Celestial Venerable Bluestone? No wonder. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded gently and wasn't too surprised. It's because of his existence that Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament's Skyspan Mountain River diagram couldn't monitor Earth. It wasn't until you walked out of Earth that Skyspan Mountain River diagram was able to monitor Earth again. Speaking of which, he was the one who took Earth from us humans back then. Although his tone was flat, it gave Riverward a great shock. Celestial Venerable Bluestone took Earth? What was going on? This is something that happened a long time ago and wasn't recorded. I heard it from my master, celestial venerable purple firmament. It said that the first human in the fourth universe came from Earth. However, celestial venerable bluestone suddenly appeared and took Earth from the humans, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Ci was enlightened. It was no wonder that the human powerhouses all said that Earth was the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance's humans. However, he had been a peak human powerhouse for so long, but he hadn't found any information about Earth among the humans. Grandmaster Purple Firmament was an invincible celestial venerable. How could celestial venerable bluestone take Earth from him? Jiang Ci was puzzled. Back then, the human race was still very weak. My master wasn't an invincible celestial venerable from the beginning. Furthermore, my master wasn't in charge of the human race back then, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jiang Ci nodded gently. It seemed like this was something that happened a long time ago. Celestial venerable purple firmament continued, it wasn't until you walked out of Earth that my master's skyspan mountain river diagram discovered Earth's existence again. Only then did he discover that Earth was hiding so many secrets. Now that I think about it, if Earth was just an ordinary planet with life, celestial venerable bluestone wouldn't have taken Earth away with such great fanfare. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ci completely understood the relationship between Earth and the humans of the Tao Alliance. The humans of the fourth universe came from Earth. However, back then, the human race was still very weak and didn't have the strength to discover the many secrets hidden on Earth. Then, celestial venerable bluestone's appearance caused Earth to disappear from the human territory. Naturally, Earth's secrets were hidden as well. Earth. Jiang Ci thought to himself. He suddenly realized that he had never truly seen through this planet. At this moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said to Jiang Ci with anticipation, "All right, your main body should hurry up and break through to become a Tao Lord as soon as possible. Then, our human race's chances of victory will be even greater." Understood. Jiang Ci nodded with a smile, temporarily suppressing his thoughts. Becoming a Tao Lord wasn't difficult for him at all. As long as his main body refined Mount Shenhuang, he could choose to break through at any time. Soon. First released, then changed. Chapter 636. In the primordial realm Chaos Sea, Mount Shenhuang, one of the three Deadlands, had stood tall in this vast world for a very long time. Although this place was filled with danger enough to kill heavenly venerables, it was also a cultivation holy land for tempering one's body and essence spirit. Therefore, many experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea cultivated here. Among these cultivators, Heavenly Venerate Qingyang of the Great Sky Sacred Land was the strongest, followed by Heavenly Venerate Evil of the First Universe and Heavenly Venerate Bloodmoon of the Second Universe. These three Heavenly Venerates cultivated here partly to improve the strength of their bodies and essence spirits, and partly to find a way to refine Mount Shenhuang. Among them, Heavenly Venerate Qingyang had stayed here for the longest time, more than 1,000,000 epochs, but he still hadn't succeeded. On this day, Heavenly Venerate Qingyang, who was closest to Mount Shenhuang, suddenly felt that the powerful treasure aura emitted by Mount Shenhuang seemed to have changed. Although the aura of the treasure hadn't changed and still far surpassed that of a Tier 7 treasure, he felt that something was different. Strange. Heavenly Venerate Qingyang shook his head. Mount Shenhuang has had a few strange changes in the past tens of thousands of years. It must be the same this time. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for me to refine Mount Shenhuang? This thought flashed through his mind. Then, he began to excitedly try to refine Mount Shenhuang. Heavenly Venerate Qingyang didn't find it boring at all. He had long gotten used to this cultivation rhythm over the years. An epoch might pass if he opened his eyes or closed them. However, he had awakened more frequently in the past tens of thousands of years, and it was all related to a human. The first time, it was a universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race who asked him for help. Because he owed the first sacred lord of the Heavenly Feather Race a favor, he slapped that human. He didn't expect that after he attacked, that human actually succeeded in killing the universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race and successfully dodged his slap. Then, the 8 cloud ruins appeared and caused a stir in the Chaos Sea. However, Mount Shenhuang also had some strange changes at that time, so he didn't rush over. In the end, he discovered that the human Tao Lord who escaped from him was actually the 8-cloud inheritor, Tao Lord Mountain Sea. For this reason, he had been regretting it for the past few thousand years. He regretted not slapping Tao Lord Mountain Sea and killing him directly. Otherwise, this 8 clouds inheritance would belong to their great sky holy land. This was because the two most likely candidates to obtain 8 clouds legacy, other than Tao monarch Mountain Sea, was their great sky holy land's true monarch Hu Yu. However, there was no point in regretting. It had already happened. At the core of Mount Xuanhuang's origin space, the 9-layered mountain peak that was originally composed of white blades of light was now almost completely golden. Only the tip of the main peak was left with a bit of white. This was the final struggle of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang. Despicable human, I curse you. You will die a horrible death. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang roared. However, his voice was very soft and weak. Thank you for your curse. I will live well. Jiang Xi smiled. Then, he split out 9 more strands of his spirit sense, forming mysterious spirit sense runes. Using the 9 spirits refinement art, he forcibly refined Mount Shenhuang. Buzz, as this spirit sense rune was imprinted, the 9-layered mountain peak trembled slightly. The last bit of white also turned golden. At this moment, Jiang Xi felt a strange connection with Mount Shenhuang. It was as if this towering mountain peak that was 900 million light-years tall had become a part of his body. Human. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was still roaring crazily with a deep sense of despair. Goodbye. With a thought, Jiang Xi erased its existence. Mount Shenhuang, this supreme treasure's origin space is yours. It should be said that it was originally yours. Now, it has returned to its rightful owner. He smiled again. Thank you, Master. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang was pleasantly surprised. A shadow appeared on Jiang Xi's black armor with golden patterns. Then, this shadow turned into a stream of light and drilled into the golden 9-layered mountain peak. At this point, after 2,600 years, he had finally refined this powerful supreme treasure that had stood in the Chaos Sea for countless eras. However, he was still unable to fully activate this 9th-grade supreme treasure. Let's give it a try first. Boom. Riverward's immortal force, primordial spirit force, and physical strength began to circulate rapidly. It was like a burning explosion of energy that spread throughout the origin source space and eventually covered every corner of the space. Rise. He growled. This colossal object that was 900 million light-years tall floated up 1 trillion kilometers, then slowly descended another 1 trillion kilometers. It's very strenuous. It's like a child trying to swing a giant hammer. With my current strength, I can't fully utilize this supreme treasure's power. Jiang Xi shook his head. In the outside world, Jiang Xi's attempt to activate Mount Shenhuang caused the entire mountain to tremble violently. It was as if more than half of the Chaos Sea had sensed the tremors. The boundless grey mist of the Chaos Sea was like a raging sea, stirring up raging waves. Mount Xuanhuang's tremors released terrifying energy that tore open one abyssal fissure after another in the void. What's going on? Is the eternal road descending? Why does it feel like the sky is falling? The powerhouses cultivating in Mount Shenhuang felt it the most clearly. They were also the most shocked and terrified. In this chaotic situation, Jiang Xi silently teleported out of Mount Xuanhuang's origin space. No powerhouse noticed him. He was now the master of Mount Shenhuang, so he could naturally enter and exit the origin space at will without causing any commotion. Moreover, Jiang Xi had already changed his appearance and aura. With the strength of his nascent spirit, unless a third-step celestial venerable personally inspected him, no one would be able to discern his true identity. Afterward, Jiang Xi arrived at a large security area of Mount Shenhuang and blended into the group of powerhouses cultivating in seclusion. Keep. He looked at the majestic mountain peak and muttered in his heart. Boom. The powerhouses cultivating in seclusion were even more shocked. Look, Mount Shenhuang is shrinking. It's shrinking. How is this possible? Mount Shenhuang, which was 900 million light-years tall, seemed to cover the entire world. Under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses cultivating in seclusion, it rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it went from 900 million light-years tall to 1 light-year tall, and then to 1 kilometer tall. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. It completely disappeared. Mount Shenhuang disappeared. It was refined by some powerhouse. This is earth-shattering news. At this moment, whether it was the extremely noble Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon, Heavenly Venerable Evil, or the Tao Lords, they were all terrified who in the entire Chaos Sea could refine this legendary supreme treasure. Then, this news quickly spread to all the major factions in the Chaos Sea in an extremely frenzied manner. Although no one deliberately fanned the flames this time, the news of Mount Xuanhuang's disappearance shocked the major factions, no less than the Eight Clouds' inheritance. From now on, the primordial realm's Chaos Sea's 3 most dangerous lands would become 2 most dangerous land. Great Sky Sacred Land, Giant Hammer Divine Realms Divine Palace. It was originally empty. In just a moment, many powerhouses led by Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo arrived. Their faces were filled with unconcealable shock and surprise. I believe everyone already knows that Mount Shenhuang has disappeared. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice. Great Sky Supreme rarely appeared, so whenever something major happened in the Great Sky Sacred Land, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo would be in charge. We also received the news. How could Mount Shenhuang disappear? It has stood in the Chaos Sea for countless years. Even invincible Heavenly Venerables can't forcefully take it away. How could it suddenly disappear? At this moment, no matter how high their status was or how strong their mental states were, they were still shocked by this sudden news. These powerhouses who had lived for countless eras were all shocked and in disbelief. Look, this is the scene sent by my clan's Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo pointed to the void. Whoosh! A scene appeared in the air above the Divine Palace. The scene recorded was the process of Mount Xuanhuang's disappearance. Mount Shenhuang began to tremble violently, and terrifying energy tore open abyssal cracks. Then, Mount Shenhuang rapidly shrank and finally disappeared into thin air. Without a doubt, it's obvious that some powerhouse refined this legendary supreme treasure to be able to do this, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice. Who is it? Who has the strength to do so? Back then, even the Prime said that no powerhouse in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea was qualified to refine Mount Shenhuang. Even invincible Heavenly Venerables who reached the limits of Heavenly Venerables couldn't refine it. Yes, the long years have proven that no one can refine this supreme treasure with strength alone. Amidst the clamor, the powerhouses of the Great Sky Sacred Land expressed their opinions. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice, everyone has reached a consensus. It's indeed impossible to refine Mount Shenhuang with strength alone. Countless powerhouses have tried to refine it over the endless years, but none succeeded. In fact, my clan's Heavenly Venerable also tried to refine it before he attempted the Eternal Realm, but he still failed. It's indeed impossible to refine it with strength alone. We can be sure that refining Mount Shenhuang requires a fortuitous encounter, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said solemnly. The Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Land all nodded in agreement. I suspect that some lucky young powerhouse went to Mount Shenhuang for the first time and happened to refine it, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said. Young powerhouse? First time to Mount Shenhuang? Everyone fell into deep thought. It was indeed possible, and the possibility was very high. No matter who he is, as long as he can control Mount Shenhuang, he's not weak. If he can fully unleash the power of this supreme treasure, he can be called invincible. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo's eyes flashed. Therefore, we have to investigate. We have to find out who has Mount Shenhuang. If it's a weakling, then we have a chance to seize this supreme treasure and obtain the method to refine Mount Shenhuang from him. Yes. The Great Sky Sacred Land's Tao Lords all obeyed. Soon, this ancient sacred land universe began to reveal its ferocious claws and fangs to the vast primordial realm Chaos Sea to track down the owner of Mount Shenhuang. Jun Tian Supreme was the master of the Great Sky Sacred Land, so he naturally knew the contents of this meeting. However, he didn't show himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. He also coveted Mount Shenhuang and had tried many times, but unfortunately, he failed every time. Back then, even though he had the strength to challenge the Eternal Realm, he still couldn't do anything to Mount Shenhuang. That's a supreme treasure from the primordial realm. Jun Tian Supreme sighed softly. Who refined it? Could it be Thousand Transformations Divine General? He was bewildered. It seemed that this was the only possibility. However, intuition told Jun Tian Supreme that there might be other secrets. This was also the reason why he didn't stop his clansmen from investigating. If it was really refined by Thousand Transformations Divine General, then the investigation would definitely fail. If not, then the Great Sky Sacred Land would naturally think of ways to seize Mount Shenhuang. However, right now, I still have to complete Thousand Transformations Divine General's mission. Although the Supreme Treasure is important, it's not as important as becoming a disciple of the Thousand Transformations lineage. Thinking of this, Jun Tian Supreme shook his head. Because some time ago, he discovered that he couldn't contact Thousand Transformations Divine General. This surprised him because the contact method was left behind by Thousand Transformations Divine General. Even if the other party was in the astral realm, he could receive his message. However, more than a month had passed, and he didn't receive any reply. Could it be that he just happened to refine Mount Shenhuang during this period of time? Jun Tian Supreme guessed, but in the end, he still didn't have an answer. Let's wait and see. Jun Tian Supreme knew the priority of the matter. The most important thing now was to destroy the Fourth Universe's human race. Because through this matter, he might be able to capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea and gather information about Mountain Sea Star. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, directly completing the mission given to him by Thousand Transformations Divine General. Those trash from the demon race and ghost race, I gave them so many 7th grade supreme treasures and even 1 8th grade supreme treasure, but they still lost. Looks like I still have to use the 3rd move. Jun Tian Supreme shook his head lightly. Thousand Transformations Divine General gave him 10 8th grade supreme treasures, but he only took out 3 and gave them to the 3 heavenly venerables of the 4th universe. The other 7 8th grade supreme treasures were, of course, secretly kept by him as the foundation of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Boom. In the endless void of the Chaos Sea, a huge existence that was covered in black scales slowly appeared. For a time, the surrounding space within countless light-years turned into a world of black flames. I haven't been to the Chaos Sea for a long time. This familiar smell. If Mount Shenhuang hadn't disappeared, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come out of the Sacred Land universe even after 1,000 calamity eras. Back then, even Red Lotus Supreme of my race couldn't take Mount Shenhuang away. I didn't expect it to be refined by some powerful being. I wonder which lucky little fellow it is. I have to find Mount Shenhuang, find that little fellow, and find out how he refined and controlled Mount Shenhuang. This terrifying existence from Red Lotus Sacred Land seemed to be moving slowly, but his speed was extremely fast as he rushed toward Mount Shenhuang's original location. At the same time, the various factions of the Chaos Sea also heard the news and began to investigate who had refined Mount Shenhuang. After all, the temptation of this legendary treasure was too great for them to resist. Therefore, the entire primordial realm's Chaos Sea was once again in turmoil. First released, then changed. Chapter 637. After successfully refining Mount Shenhuang, Jiang Xi found a vortex passage closest to Universe 4 through the monitoring space left by the Qingyuan clan and rushed there. As for the great shock caused by Mount Shenhuang's disappearance, it had nothing to do with him. The heavenly pavilion changed its shape and quickly shuttled through the endless chaos gray fog. It passed through dangerous places that caused the expressions of many experts in the Chaos Sea to change. In the treasure space, Jiang Xi frowned and fell into deep thought. It will take 3 more days to rush back to Universe 4 from here. The situation shouldn't have changed much. I can take advantage of this time to familiarize myself with the fused sevenfold mountain. With a thought, a sevenfold mountain appeared in front of him. It was formed by the fusion of his treasure sixfold mountain and Mount Shenhuang. It's still at the peak of rank 9. It shouldn't be. Jiang Ci felt the treasure aura emitted by Sevenfold Mountain and shook his head. Master, this is the heaven and earth precepts of the Chaos Sea. I can feel that a large part of my treasure's origin is being suppressed by a domineering force. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, which was now the spirit of Sevenfold Mountain, explained the reason. Jiang Ci nodded lightly. The peak of rank 9 was equivalent to the peak of Heavenly Venerable. It was the highest level allowed in the Chaos Sea. Whether it was cultivators or treasures, they had to abide by this rule. Unless they broke this rule and broke through to the eternal realm. Then, with the explanation of the spirit of Sevenfold Mountain, Jiang Ci learned more about this treasure. Mount Xuanhuang's original complete state was above rank 9. However, due to that great battle, this supreme treasure had been shattered into pieces, falling from that level. Now, although he had reassembled Sevenfold Mountain, this treasure was still incomplete. Only when all 9 mountains are gathered can this treasure be at its strongest state. The last 2 mountains should be in some corner of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. I'll look for it after the crisis of my race is resolved, Jiang Ci thought. Next, he began to examine the various functions of Sevenfold Mountain. Armor transformation. The 9th rank supreme treasure, Sevenfold Mountain, turned into a black and gold stream of light and attached itself to Jiang Ci's body. Then, it instantly transformed into a set of black battle armor. However, this was not the end. A part of the stream of light entered Jiang Ci's mind after circling around his primordial spirit. It turned into a golden soul armor. 9th level armor, 9th level soul armor. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up, full of surprise. Armor true treasures and essence soul true treasures were complete. With such physical and essence soul defenses, who in the entire Chaos Sea can injure me? Jiang Ci was filled with confidence. Moreover, the power of the spacetime domain has also been strengthened. Then, with a thought, Jiang Ci's armor spread out an invisible wave. The surrounding space and time instantly froze. At the same time, it carried a terrifying pressure and binding force. Very strong. I wonder if he has reached the level of a celestial venerable. Jiang Ci understood that although Sevenfold Mountain's power was at the pinnacle of the 9th level, with his current strength, he still could not unleash the full power of this true treasure. When a celestial venerable had a miniature universe and used the spacetime domain, it reflected the projection of the universe. Naturally, its power was far beyond the spacetime domain of the Grotto Heaven world. After all, the diameter of a miniature universe was at least 1 trillion light-years. No matter what, if I meet a celestial venerable in the Chaos Sea in the future, I will have greater confidence, Jiang Ci thought to himself. Previously, his avatar had a short fight with celestial venerable Thousand Devil of the demon race in the original universe. However, the original universe was different from the Chaos Sea. Everyone could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord, so that battle could not be considered a battle with a celestial venerable. Besides, I have to break through to the Tao Lord realm as soon as possible. Between a true Lord and a Tao Lord was actually a process of accumulation. As long as one could completely master a heaven path, one could break through. Of course, it was easier said than done. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To comprehend and even fully master a heaven path, one could not lack talent, comprehension, and opportunity. From this point alone, the strength of the EXP panel was reflected. With the help of the interface, Riverword had comprehended 3 complete heavenly Tao in just over 100,000 years. Then let's break through now. There was nothing to hesitate about. With his accumulation and the guidance of the 8 Clouds inheritance, breaking through was not difficult. Jiang Ci operated the various powers in his body, including Tao techniques, primordial spirit, body, secret techniques, and world power. According to the method of breaking through in the 8 Clouds inheritance, he directly broke through the bottleneck between a true Lord and a Tao Lord boom. Suddenly, there was a feeling of heaven and earth splitting that lingered in Riverword's heart. At this moment, his body and primordial spirit seemed to have been sublimated, and his life level had undergone a transition. At the same time, in the depths of the space between the 4th universe, Jiang Xi's grotto heaven world was also undergoing drastic changes. At the edge of the originally calm and peaceful world, a vortex with a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers appeared. The entire vortex appeared layer by layer, showing 5 colors and emitting monstrous pressure. At the center of the vortex was a passageway with a diameter of 100 kilometers, connecting to the land of origin of the fourth universe. Jiang Xi's avatar stood in front of the passageway with a serious expression. This is the most critical moment. Devour the universe origin. In the boundless chaos sea, there was no lack of chaos fog. This was an extremely high-level energy, and so far, no great being dared to directly absorb this energy with his body. This was because this was the source of the universe origin. The 4 original universes, the 2 eternal universes, and a large number of miniature universes of celestial venerables absorbed chaos fog to transform into universe origin and expand their size. Similarly, the grotto heaven worlds of true lords and Tao lords also absorbed energy to expand, but the grotto heaven worlds absorbed universe origin. Under normal circumstances, a universe Tao lord would need to spend millions or even tens of millions of eras to expand his grotto heaven world to a diameter of 900 million light-years. That was the limit of a grotto heaven world's size. This was because the expansion of a grotto heaven world was a very long process. It was very difficult to reach a diameter of 900 million light-years. To reach the real limit, which was a diameter of 10 billion light-years, one had to have a heaven-defying opportunity. Although breaking through from a true lord to a Tao lord wasn't a heaven-defying opportunity, it was still a great opportunity. Many cultivators with a strong foundation could devour universe origin to rapidly expand their grotto heaven worlds during this process. This way, they could lay a solid foundation for their path to becoming a Tao lord. Unlike ordinary cultivators, Jiang Xi's mountain sea grotto heaven had already expanded to a diameter of 4 billion light-years by constantly integrating eternal fragments. This didn't mean that he didn't care about the opportunity brought by this breakthrough. On the contrary, he cared too much. This was because the universe origin he devoured could be transformed into experience point. Last time, when he transcended 9 tribulations in the ancient immortal world and broke through to the tribulation transcender realm, the original will of the fourth universe gave him a lot of heavenly Tao origin. And the heavenly Tao origin was a manifestation of the universe origin. In other words, 1 wisp of universe origin equals 10 trillion experience points. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points equals 1,000 wisps of universe origin. Therefore, Jiang Xi cared too much about this breakthrough. The breakthrough process is very short, so I must devour the universe origin as much as possible. Jiang Xi's heart was filled with anticipation as he fully activated the devouring power of the grotto heaven world. Rumble. Although the colorful vortex channel was only 100 kilometers in diameter, it was crazily devouring the universe origin from the land of the universe origin. Snake-like streams of colorful light flowed along the vortex channel and continuously poured into the mountain sea grotto heaven. Every single stream of rainbow light was a universe origin. This speed was naturally many times faster than when Jiang Xi transcended 9 tribulations in a row. Some of these universe origins directly integrated into the mountain sea grotto heaven, expanding the size of the grotto heaven world. Most of them were refined by Jiang Xi. Refine. Jiang Xi tried his best to refine the universe origins with his primordial spirit. With the strength of his primordial spirit, the efficiency of refining was extremely high. In almost an instant, he could refine a universe origin and obtain 10 trillion experience points. However, in Jiang Xi's view, this speed was far from enough. In just a moment, the vortex channel connecting to the land of origin of the fourth universe disappeared. The breakthrough process from perfected Lord to Tao Lord was over. The diameter of the mountain sea grotto heaven has reached 5 billion light-years. If I use eternal fragments to upgrade, it will probably take at least 100,000 years. Jiang Xi smiled. Previously, when he was in seclusion in the Eight Clouds Pavilion, it took him 30,000 years to increase the diameter of the mountain sea grotto heaven from 3 billion light-years to 4 billion light-years. The larger the grotto heaven world was, the longer it would take to expand. Through this breakthrough, he directly saved 100,000 years of effort. If an ordinary perfected Lord breaks through to Tao Lord, it would be good if the diameter of the Grotto Heaven world can be increased by 1 million light-years. Jiang Ci was very satisfied with this upgrade, which benefited from his accumulation of foundation. After all, which expert at the perfected Lord level could have a Grotto Heaven world with a diameter of 4 billion light-years? However, the biggest gain this time is not the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world. Jiang Ci glanced at the changes in the experience points panel. Cultivation, True Body, Desolate Level Tao Lord, 1 yuan 100 yuan, Clone, Desolate Level Tao Lord, 1 yuan 100 yuan, Eternal Experience Points, 19183 yuan. In just a short moment, he had obtained a total of nearly 20,000 Eternal Experience Point. If he were to hunt Tao Lords, even if he were to kill all the universe Tao Lords, he would have to kill more than 2,000 of them. This was too difficult. Previously, when the major forces of the Chaos Sea ambushed him outside the Eight Clouds ruins, it provided him with a great opportunity to hunt. It was almost impossible for there to be a next time. With so many experience points, at least it will be enough for me to use for a long time. Jiang Ci thought to himself. In the following time, Jiang Ci began to carefully comprehend his new realm and strength. At the same time, he used the experience points panel to increase his cultivation level and the level of his two ultimate techniques. Ever since he reached the perfected Lord level, he was no longer restricted by the restriction of having to refine spiritual fruits to level up. This was because before he became a perfected Lord, his body and primordial spirit could not withstand the impact of rapid leveling up. Therefore, he had to use a large amount of spiritual energy to offset that impact. After he became a perfected Lord, with his strength, he would be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine enough energy in an instant. He would no longer need to rely on spiritual fruits. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Jiang Ci's true body had quietly returned to Universe 4 without causing any commotion. Only the upper echelons of the human race knew that he had returned. During this period of time, the situation in Universe 4 became more and more tense. The human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, the three peak races, were all trying their best to rope in those top races. The advantage of the human race was naturally Jiang Ci's promise that after the war, he would give them a certain amount of inheritance information. The advantage of the demon race and the ghost race was that they promised to give better conditions and more inheritance information than the human race. This was because behind these two peak races stood Juntian Supreme. This existence had already cultivated to the eternal realm and was not restricted by the Chaos Sea's laws of heaven and earth. He could provide more information about the eternal realm than Jiang Ci. Although Jiang Ci had the Eight Clouds inheritance, he could not see a large amount of information beyond the heavenly venerable limit. In comparison, his advantage was much smaller. Of course, no matter what, the two camps with the three peak races as the core were still gradually taking shape. The human race's camp was one side, and the demon race and the ghost race's camp was the other side. Under this undercurrent, the upcoming terrifying war was getting closer and closer. The entire Universe 4 had fallen into the terrifying oppression before an unprecedented super war. Jiang Ci, come quickly. On this day, Jiang Ci, who was also cultivating in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, suddenly heard Tao Lord Nine Cloud's voice. His voice was very anxious. Oh! Jiang Ci immediately felt that something was amiss. This was because Master Nine Clouds was an extremely steady person. He rarely appeared in such an anxious situation. Swoosh! He immediately teleported and arrived at Nine Clouds Hall where Tao Lord Nine Clouds was. In the hall, Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shazun, Tao Lord Sword One, Tao Lord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts also teleported over. Almost instantly, a total of 1 heavenly venerable and 23 Tao Lords of the human race, including Tao Lord Nine Clouds who was originally in the hall, arrived. What in the world happened to make Master so anxious? Riverward looked at the frowning Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The other human experts also had solemn expressions. Everyone felt an invisible pressure. It was an intuition that something was wrong. Everyone. Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The situation has just changed." "What change?" "Nine Clouds, what happened? What's going on?" All the human experts, including Ming Tianzuan, asked one after another. During this period of time, everyone had been in seclusion cultivation. Tao Lord Nine Clouds was usually in charge of controlling the situation. "I just received news that a large number of top races." Tao Lord Nine Clouds said solemnly. Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming, and the others were shocked. The Tao Lords of the top races were the key to this race war. In the alliance of the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, whoever could obtain more would have a greater advantage. Judging from Tao Lord Nine Clouds' grim expression, could it be that many top races had joined the alliance? There are a total of 194 top races, close to 10,000 ordinary races and billions of weak races. They have formed an unprecedented new faction, the Myriad Races Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Clouds said in a deep voice. The Myriad Races Alliance. Instantly, the hall was in an uproar. Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming, and the other human experts were all shocked. This was a huge change in the situation that changed the current situation of Universe 4. First released, then changed. Chapter 638. Within Nine Firmaments Palace. The human Tao Lords were shocked and puzzled after hearing Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' words. How is that possible? There are so many clans. It's too difficult to unite them. Yes, if they could form an alliance, they would have done so many eras ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. The sudden appearance of the alliance of myriad races was too shocking. There were a total of 3 peak races in the 4th universe. They were in a tripartite situation and controlled more than 90% of the entire universe. Although the 3 races were at war with each other, everyone had a tacit understanding for their own interests. They wouldn't sit back and watch a 4th peak race appear. For example, the battle rune race of the Purple Firmament sect in the human territory and the ancient god race of the Tongjiu continent in the outer realm battlefield. The Tao Lord patriarchs of these races were once existences who had the potential to become celestial venerables. However, before they could mature, they were destroyed by the experts of the 3 races. Those top clans, close to 10,000 ordinary clans, and billions of weak clans, if they wanted to survive, they basically had to rely on stronger clans to ensure their survival. Therefore, the situation in the 4th universe had been relatively stable for countless years under the control of the 3 peak races. Moreover, although so many peak, ordinary, and weak races were scattered in various corners of the universe, they weren't harmonious. Many races had grudges between them. Let so many races form an alliance. The alliance of the human camp, the monster race, and the ghost race had never considered such a situation. After all, in such a short period of time, it was too difficult to unite the countless clans. It was almost impossible. In addition, the strength of the ordinary and weak clans was indeed very weak. As there were no Tao Lords, they were in precarious situations in the universe. They could only rely on the protection of the peak races to survive. Even if they formed an alliance, they wouldn't pose a threat to the 3 peak races. Naturally, everyone ignored the possibility of them forming an alliance. The real threat to the 3 pinnacle clans was the alliance of 194 pinnacle clans, 194 peak races. How many Tao Lords do they have? How did they do it? Jiang Ci couldn't believe it. An alliance between races wasn't something that could be settled by everyone sitting together and talking. Moreover, the alliance of myriad races involved so many races. There were grievances, disputes over interests, who had a higher status, who had a lower status, and who was the leader. These were all contradictions. It was too difficult to twist everyone into a single group. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said in a deep voice, an external force is behind all of this. In the past, the 4th universe was under the control of the 3 pinnacle races, and the situation was relatively stable. Those races were not under enough pressure. And now, because the 2 camps were trying to rope them in, their team was being forced. Under these circumstances, there were naturally some Tao Lords who didn't want to help either side. However, They were worried that they wouldn't be strong enough by themselves. Thus, some downlords began to form factions in secret. Although there were signs before, I didn't take it seriously because the scale was small. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change so drastically? The small alliances would suddenly form a super alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained the situation and said solemnly, "Furthermore, the leader of the Myriad Races Alliance is Patriarch Demon Heart." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the human clan experts in the hall changed slightly. Patriarch Demon Heart. He was a lone heavenly venerate of the fourth universe. He was an extremely mysterious existence who rarely appeared in the fourth universe. Among the lone heavenly venerates, Heavenly Venerate Bluestone and Patriarch Demon Heart were equally mysterious. All the factions in the Chaos Sea were wary of them. This was because they had dominated the Chaos Sea for so long and had never been defeated. They also never participated in the disputes between factions. In terms of overall strength, the newly formed Myriad Races Alliance was definitely ranked in the top 5 of the Chaos Sea. However, a mysterious existence like Patriarch Demon Heart had become the leader of the Myriad Races Alliance without any warning. There are 194 pinnacle races in the Myriad Races Alliance, and each race has at least one Dowlord expert. In total, there are more than 600 Dowlords. Furthermore, some of the Dowlords in the human camp, the demon camp, and the ghost camp have left and joined the Myriad Races Alliance, Dowlord Nine Firmaments said solemnly. Left. The human experts didn't look too good. Of course, everyone understood that vassal races were ultimately just vassals. It was impossible to make them follow unswervingly. Before this, the various pinnacle races had no choice but to make a choice when faced with the recruitment of the two camps. Although many had gritted their teeth and joined the human race, however, when some of the pinnacle races secretly formed an alliance, it was naturally easy to take away these unwilling races. Nine Firmaments, how many Dowlords in our human camp are missing? Venerable Ming asked in a low voice. A while ago, the human camp had 192 Dowlords. But now, including us, there are 161 left. I'm afraid there will be more Dowlords coming to bid farewell. If they want to leave, we can't stop them. Dowlord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a bitter smile. For a time, Nine Firmaments' palace fell silent. The atmosphere was very stifling. Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming, and the other human experts all had grim expressions. When those races had come to join the human camp, they had merely done so. Although they had received promises from the human race, they couldn't sell themselves to the human race forever. If the human race forcefully stopped them, it would probably cause an even greater storm. There's another piece of bad news, Dowlord Nine Firmaments said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ci, Venerable Ming, and the others smiled bitterly. There's more. There are a total of 8 heavenly venerables in the fourth universe, including Patriarch Demon Heart. 5 of them have joined the Myriad Races Alliance. Dowlord Nine Firmaments looked at everyone with a grave expression. Immediately, everyone fell silent. If the Myriad Races Alliance only had a large number of Dowlords, everyone could accept it. But now, the Myriad Races Alliance had actually recruited so many heavenly venerables at the heavenly venerables level. The situation was different. Even if heavenly venerables were limited by the laws of heaven and earth of the primal universe and could only display the combat strength of a Dowlord, they were still invincible. One invincible expert was enough to change the outcome of a war, let alone 5. What I'm worried about now is whether they also have that many 7th-tier supreme treasures. Or even 8th-tier supreme treasures. Jiang Ci's eyes flickered as he said slowly. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. That's right. The Fey race and Ghost race each suddenly had 10 7th-tier supreme treasures, and the 2 heavenly venerables of their race suddenly had an 8th-tier supreme treasure. Behind all of this, there was a huge mastermind behind all of this. No matter how they looked at it now, the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance was very strange. Perhaps their alliance was manipulated by the Big Black Hand then. The possibility of them having 7th-tier supreme treasures or even 8th-tier supreme treasures was very high. Wait, we can only wait now. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sighed softly. After the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance, it's still uncertain whether they'll be friends or foes. Previously, the individual races didn't have the confidence to negotiate or make demands with the two major factions. But now, they're considered one of the top 5 major factions in the Chaos Sea. They're enough to influence the direction of this race war. It can be said that whichever side they join, that side will win. I believe that the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance is definitely not accidental. Especially that patriarch Demon Heart. He never participated in the conflict between factions before. This time, he quietly became the leader of this super faction. He definitely has a request. Therefore, the Myriad Races Alliance will make a move very soon. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments regained his calm. The experts of the human race nodded in agreement. Although the situation was terrible, it wasn't to the point of being at the end of the line. If they really join the alliance of the demon race and ghost race, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Jiang Xi thought to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This was his main body now. In terms of strength, his main body was naturally stronger. The strength of his clone's primordial spirit was still at the level of a Tao Lord, but his main body's primordial spirit was already at the level of a first-step heavenly venerable. 8 Firmaments 2 ultimate techniques, 8 lives and cloud annihilation, target the body and primordial spirit respectively. These 2 ultimate techniques aren't just cultivation methods. They also have mysterious and powerful offensive method. The contents of the 2 ultimate techniques surfaced in Jiang Xi's mind. The offensive method of 8 lives was to allow the body to explode with greater strength for a short period of time. Simply put, it was similar to self-destruction. It allowed the body's strength to explode in an instant. It allowed the cultivator's strength to increase by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. The offensive method of cloud annihilation was to attack with the primordial spirit. It was a very simple offensive method. However, the Great Tao was simple. The simpler the method, the easier it was to cause great damage to the enemy. However, the minimum requirement to use the primordial spirit attack was that the cultivator's primordial spirit had to be at the level of a first-step heavenly venerable, therefore, his clone couldn't use it previously. Cloud annihilation means that under the primordial spirit attack, any primordial spirit that is weaker than mine will be destroyed like clouds and mist, falling into a muddle-headed state. With the strength of my first-step heavenly venerable primordial spirit, those Tao Lords won't be able to withstand my primordial spirit attack unless they have a 7th-step primordial spirit treasure. Jiang Xi's heart was filled with killing intent. He was a member of the human race. The human race was his home. If anyone dared to destroy his home, he wouldn't be merciful. Of course, this was an extreme case. If the alliance of the myriad races was willing to join the human race, it would be a good thing. This would minimize the human race's losses. After all, once the war started, even if the human race won, they would have to pay a certain price. In a desolate starry sky in the 4th universe, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon of the Demon Race and Heavenly Venerable Yang Du of the Ghost Race gathered here. I didn't expect these weak races to form an alliance. That damnable patriarch Demon Heart, he's the one who pushed all of this to the formation of the alliance of myriad races. He caused some of the Tao Lords who had joined our alliance to leave. There's nothing we can do to stop them or persuade them to leave. Yes, now the initiative is with the alliance of the myriad races. We can only wait and see what they're going to do after forming an alliance. That's all we can do. The alliance of the demon race and ghost race was also caught off guard. Although they suspected that Jun Tian Supreme might be behind this, they couldn't be sure since Jun Tian Supreme didn't take the initiative to contact them. Just like that, another half a month passed. The alliance of the myriad races announced to the 4th universe and the entire Chaos Sea that this super alliance was officially established. As soon as this alliance was established, it became the #1 force in the 4th universe and the top 5 forces in the Chaos Sea. Although the temporary alliance formed by the demon race and ghost race had hundreds of Tao Lords, they were still 2 forces in essence. It was a very loose camp. Compared to them, the alliance of the myriad races was different. This newly formed superforce aimed to exist forever. Therefore, although there were many races, their internal structure was very stable in the fourth universe, the headquarters of the alliance of the myriad races. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, surging golden waves rolled in the starry sky. Those stars and planets were like gravel, bobbing up and down in the golden waves, not affected at all. There was a starry sky continent floating among these stars. In the sky above the starry sky continent, huge thrones spread out in a ring shape. On each throne sat or occupied all kinds of strange life forms. Flesh and blood, energy, metal, rock, plant, and so on. Many kinds of life forms emitted powerful auras. In the core, on a black and white throne, sat a young man wearing a black and gold robe with long green hair. His face was both male and female, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes flickered with specks of light. Each speck of light seemed to contain a universe. It was Patriarch Demon Heart. His voice reverberated in every inch of this space-time. Everyone, from today onwards, the alliance of myriad races is officially established. We have come together only for survival, for freedom. Even the most powerful of us here only have 9 Downlords. The vast majority of top-tier clans only have a single Downlord. If we face the human camp alone, we will naturally be very weak against the combined forces of the demon race and ghost race. If we join their camp, we will be in danger of dying, but we have to do it. And if we take such a big risk, the benefits we will get in the end will be limited. We are also a life form race, and we are also a part of the fourth universe. However, facing the coercion of the two camps, we don't even have the most basic freedom to not help either side and live peacefully. Who will be willing? Patriarch Demon Heart looked around. The Downlords all nodded. Not too long ago, they had been caught between a rock and a hard place. Although I, Demon Heart, am a heavenly venerable, in the face of this unprecedented race war, I alone can't affect the overall situation. I am not willing to accept this, Patriarch Demon Heart said in a deep voice. What are we fighting in this vast universe for? It's for the sake of getting what I want and protecting what I care about. If we can't do this, then what's the point of cultivating? Therefore, the alliance of the myriad races was established. Everyone pursues the goals in their hearts and protects what they care about the most. Patriarch Demon Heart's eyes were bright, and he was in high spirits. Let's not talk about the ordinary and weak races. Our alliance of the myriad races has a total of 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Downlords. With such strength, even if the 3 peak races work together, they can't do anything to us. Therefore, this race war started by the 3 peak races is not a crisis, but an opportunity for us. An opportunity that can change our fate. As long as we are united, be it now or in the future, our alliance of the myriad races will stand at the peak of the fourth universe. In the future, we might even have a chance to reach eternity and become eternal existences who don't fear the dangers of the cataclysm. Patriarch Demon Heart's voice rang in the ears of every Downlord, drawing out the desires in their hearts. They had their own goals and dreams. However, because they were weak, they didn't have the confidence to ask the 3 peak races for their conditions. They could only accept the conditions of the humans, ghosts, and monsters. But now, all they needed to do was look around at the thrones that were densely packed. When they saw the towering figures of 683 Downlords, they were filled with confidence. With such a powerful force, he should obtain even more. Just as Patriarch Demon Heart had said, it would be best if they could obtain the 8 Clouds legacy from the humans. That way, the alliance of the myriad races could establish an eternal universe and become an eternal existence in the Chaos Sea. As time flowed on, the Downlords who had joined the Human Alliance, the Monster Alliance, and the Ghoul Alliance began to leave and join the alliance of myriad races. It didn't end until the alliance of the myriad races was officially established. When the 2 factions learned of the final scale of the alliance of the myriad races, they felt an even greater pressure and urgency. 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Downlords. If this had been before the race war, they would have been able to crush the 3 peak races. After all, even the strongest race, the humans, only had 1 heavenly venerate and 23 Downlords. In the desolate starry sky of the fourth universe, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerate Yang Du's spiritual consciousnesses gathered once more to discuss the latest situation. Our two peak races have joined forces, together with the peak races that were originally subordinate to us. Even though many new Tao Lords have left during this period of time, we still have a few. We still have 389 Tao Lords in our alliance. Most importantly, they have 5 Heavenly Venerables. Even though we have many 7th grade Supreme Treasures, the two of us have 8th grade Supreme Treasures. But in a real battle, we still can't defeat the alliance of the myriad races. What should we do? Agree to their conditions? Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerate Yang Du fell silent. Not long ago, the alliance of the myriad races had come to them with conditions. The conditions were very simple. First, if they obtained 8 clouds inheritance from the humans in the future, the contents of the inheritance had to be shared. Second, they had to give the alliance 3 7th grade Supreme Treasures. If these two conditions were met, the alliance of the myriad races would directly join the alliance. HMPH, 3 7th grade Supreme Treasures. They really dare to ask. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon snorted angrily. Originally, the Yarrow race had obtained 10 7th grade Supreme Treasures from Jun Tian Supreme, but in the first battle, the humans had taken away 7. The Yarrow race now only had 3 7th grade Supreme Treasures left, but the alliance of the myriad races still dared to ask for them. They were indeed very domineering. This isn't strange. Given the same conditions, the alliance of the myriad races would definitely be more willing to join the human camp. Because once they join, the humans will definitely win, and the humans will definitely give them 8 clouds inheritance. Therefore, they're only proposing such ridiculous conditions to us on purpose. Millimeter, I keep feeling that this matter isn't simple. Let's wait a little longer. They should have also proposed conditions to the humans. If the humans refuse, then it'll be much easier for us to negotiate with the alliance of the myriad races. Such ridiculous conditions can be lowered. At the same time, the human camp had indeed received the conditions proposed by the alliance of the myriad races. We humans need to discuss this properly. Once there's a result, we'll naturally reply, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said. Then the alliance of the myriad races will await your reply, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. One of them was a strange lifeform covered in flames. He bowed slightly, then flew out of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Moments later, the human experts gathered in 9 Firmaments Hall once more. It was still Tao Lord 9 Firmaments who presided over the meeting. He said directly, the emissary of the alliance of the myriad races just came. Their conditions are indeed as high as we imagined. Tao Lords break through to the Heavenly Venerate level and cultivate to the limits of the Heavenly Venerate level. They must first be given a portion before they'll join. After the war ends, we'll give them the rest. However, this is only the first situation. There's a second situation. No matter what, we must give them the 8 clouds inheritance of how Tao Lords cultivate to the Heavenly Venerate level. Only then will they not side with either side. Otherwise, they'll join the alliance of the Yarrow race and the Ghost race. After Tao Lord 9 Firmaments finished speaking, the human experts in the hall were immediately enraged. They really have guts. They really have the guts. How can they not have guts? With so many Tao Lords around, they're naturally confident. Even if they don't side with either side, they still want to ask for the 8 clouds inheritance of how Tao Lords cultivate to the Heavenly Venerate level. How greedy. Some of the human experts laughed angrily, some sneered, and some were filled with killing intent. However, everyone understood that they had no other choice at the moment. After all, the initiative was in the hands of the alliance of the myriad races. This superpower controlled the direction of the war between the races. We can delay this matter for a while longer. There's no need to rush to reply to them. Let's see if there's a turning point later, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said softly. The human race was indeed unwilling to casually give away their inheritance. After all, even the simplest 8 clouds inheritance had to be shared with the experts of the alliance of the myriad races. Only when they felt that they had benefited greatly would they join the human side. However, if they could benefit greatly from it, it would be equivalent to helping them. The alliance of the myriad races was powerful to begin with. Once they obtained a portion of the inheritance, they would probably become even more powerful. The only good news now is that Heavenly Venerate Liu and Heavenly Venerate Lai Shan haven't left. They are indeed experts who keep their promises. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments added Jiang Ci, Heavenly Venerate Ming, and the other human experts nodded as well. This was really the only good news. With these two Heavenly Venerates around, the situation facing the human race would not be as bad as imagined no matter what. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.